Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. During this session, we will proceed with agenda item 3, linking national, regional, and global dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The document pertinent to this session is United in Action, System-Wide Results of the United Nations Development System at the regional level in Asia and the Pacific in 2020. ESCAP/RFSD/2021/INF/3. The session will discuss the UN acting as one on supporting the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. This session is structured as follows. We will start with a presentation from Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, followed by interventions from the co-chairs of the Regional Collaborative Platform Asia Pacific. It is my pleasure now to invite Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, to take the floor. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, Ms. Vuniwaka, I wish to thank Your Excellency for chairing this meeting and giving me the opportunity to join you to discuss how the United Nations is acting as one to support your efforts to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals. The COVID-19 crisis could become a watershed moment for the SDGs and for our world. To seize this opportunity, governments and partners must center their response and recovery efforts on the transformative change. The reforms of the UN development system have strengthened our support to countries. This has been evident across the pandemic when we saw the resident coordinator system move quickly into higher gear and when UN country teams began to operate the way governments needed them to do when there were clear connections between the senior leadership and our teams at the global, regional, and country levels. At the country level, the reinvigorated UN resident coordinator system, together with a new generation of UN country teams, are much better positioned to provide governments with the integrated policy and programmatic support that will be needed throughout the decade of action. At the regional level, a new approach is taking shape under the regional collaborative platforms and the issue-based coalitions. The knowledge management hubs for Asia Pacific being launched today are a good example of this. But we must continue to strengthen our ability to support you to enhance ambition on climate and the SDGs and to tackle cross-border challenges. As part of our reforms, we have also enhanced our transparency and accountability, including through annual reporting of system-wide results at the regional level. We will hear shortly from our vice chairs in the Regional Collaborative Platform on their first report, Armida Alisa Jabana, the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, and Kani Wijanaraja, the Regional Director of UNDP. Thank you, Armida and Kani, for leading this effort. Excellencies, together, we have made great progress, and we are pleased to see the emergence of some early results. But we also know this is still a work in progress, and I very much look forward to hearing your perspectives on how we can deliver better together. We can claim success only if we help the world accelerate action to recover better from COVID-19 and achieve the SDGs for everyone, everywhere. I trust that countries in Asia and the Pacific will help to lead the way, and I very much look forward to the interactions that we will have this morning. I thank you.
Many thanks, Madam Deputy Secretary General, for setting the platform for this session. It is now a pleasure to call to intervene Ms. Amida Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the Deputy Secretary General highlighted, the reform of the UN development system is bearing fruits, and the regional UN team in Asia and the Pacific is better placed than ever to help the countries and people of the region tackle the challenges of the 2030 Agenda and COVID-19 recovery. Let me illustrate this with a few concrete examples from the joint report on system-wide results before you. We are providing more coherent policy advice as a system to help the region and countries to tackle cross-border and common challenges. On nutrition and food security, for example, 4 agencies come together each year to analyze the risk to children's and women's nutrition in the context of the pandemic and propose a coherent set of policy actions. The recommendations are the basis on which we collectively assist national efforts in protecting nutrition status of the most vulnerable. We are better able to leverage expertise and analytical capacity from across the UN to support countries to forge consensus on regional norms and priorities. On social protection, for example, an issue revealed to be so vital by the COVID-19 pandemic, our joint analysis is the basis of coherent regional policy advice from across the agencies working on this issue. The analysis has in turn also been drawn upon by countries for developing and adopting an action plan to enhance social protection measures. And through the work of the issue-based coalition on inclusion and empowerment, we are now working with the resident coordinators and UN country teams to support countries implement the action plan. As a result, in the course of this year, we have been helping countries to transform short-term COVID-19 response measures into comprehensive social protection systems that can secure long-term resilience. Similarly, the Asia-Pacific Migration Report 2020, developed by ESCAP and 15 UN agencies, funds, and programs, has helped to keep track of regional progress on the Global Compact on Migration and support the regional intergovernmental dialogue on this. We have also stepped up our partnership with sub-regional organizations to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda. A new ASEAN UN Plan of Action for 2021-25 will allow redoubling efforts to achieve SDGs in ASEAN countries and recover from the pandemic. Collaboration on climate change and on gender has been strengthened in the new plan, enabling the further engagement through the issue-based coalition. In the Pacific, we have strengthened our engagement with the Secretariat of the Pacific Community and the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat and other stakeholders to tackle a variety of sub-regional priorities, from disability data collection to quality education and delivery of essential health services during the pandemic. On key issues ranging from phasing out coal to building resilience to disaster and pandemics, the regional UN is putting forward consistent policy advice that is shaping not only multilateral engagement, but also our skilled-up countries' support, something that my co-vice chair is well positioned to speak to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Many thanks, Madam Executive Secretary. I would like to call Ms. Kani Wignaraja, Assistant Secretary General, Assistant Administrator, and Director of the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific to intervene. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Excellencies, partners, and colleagues. I will take from where my co-vice chair left off to focus on what all of this has meant at country level, and to pick a few illustrative results to give you a sense of how the UN's collective efforts actually then support the efforts of our UN country teams and through them to you. If I just look at the school closures during the height of the pandemic, which affected as many as 850 million students in our region, our working group on Education 2030 assisted governments and UN teams to collect the data and look at efforts that could safely reopen schools based on that. If I look at our issue-based coalition on human rights, gender equality, and women's empowerment, it worked closely with our colleagues at the national level in looking at COVID-19 assessments and response plans to make sure that they unpacked and understood the specific vulnerabilities and gender-differentiated impacts of the pandemic, which, as we all know, was significant. Now, as UN Common Country analyses and UN Sustainable Development Cooperation frameworks get developed, we support them at regional level and provide very current analysis and data, including tools for mapping and forecasting, and help using all of that to strengthen national capacities to apply new methodological and analytical tools to track SDG impact. The UN country teams now apply the global guidance on issues like integrating disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in these UN Sustainable Development Cooperation frameworks. We saw this last year in China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Timor-Leste. 29 countries have been assisted with developing national disaster loss databases, or DRR strategies and action plans, which we've seen now in the Philippines and in the Pacific Islands. Something that accelerated with the pandemic was digital developments. This took off at a pace we had not seen before, and creating in its wake an ever larger digital gap. So with the excitement of transformation also came a growing divide. Interest was expressed from several countries on establishing new digital platforms that allowed for more integrated and flexible solutions so that they could continue essential services and have people's access to health, to information, to e-commerce and learning grow. For example, we saw the pickup from women entrepreneurs in Bangladesh, in Bhutan, in Nepal, and the use of e-commerce flourish as digital marketing really took off, expanding businesses in many parts of our region. And this was a counterforce to the fact that so much of informal sector had to close down. And these are just demonstrations and illustrations that our regional results report 2020 picks up. But what it does, it shows the foundation that together an efficient, coherent, very collaborative UN development system is now up and running. And the new UNDS regional structures, with the establishment of the regional collaborative platform, sets up a very conducive environment for increased cohesion at the regional level, leading and supporting UN country teams which are now better connected to regional expertise and have increased access to the UN's regional assets, and at the same time, those country teams in turn supporting the regional level to better engage and respond to the regional dimensions of development in our region. We have much more to do, and we look forward to receiving your feedback. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wignaraja. I understand that the Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Amida Alice Jabana, and Ms. Kani Wignaraja, Assistant Secretary General, Assistant Administrator, and Director of the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific, need to leave the meeting. Thank you very much for your contributions in the opening of this particular session. I'll now ask the conference room officers to play a short video to mark the official launch of the UN Knowledge Management Hub for Asia and the Pacific.
The Asia-Pacific Knowledge Management Hub is a one-stop shop for accessing regional UN expertise, knowledge and assistance on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Users such as government officials, resident coordinators and UN country teams can easily access the latest knowledge resources, data and policy expertise across the regional UN to support their work. discovering new knowledge, browsing for expertise, and staying up to date with current events. This is made possible with advanced search features, either around the Sustainable Development Goals or the thematic areas of the issue-based coalitions. Latest accessibility features allow all users to easily navigate the site. Users can also quickly access the SDG Gateway to generate and download SDG assessment by country and official SDG data for the region. The Asia-Pacific Knowledge Management Hub is a collaborative effort of the UN development system in the region. Visit knowledge.unasiapacific.org for more information.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to now invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on Agenda Item 3, linking national, regional, and global dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I will open the floor to statements from delegates in the speaking order as received from the Secretariat, from both participants present in the room and connected through Kudo. I kindly remind delegates to limit their statements to no longer than 3 minutes to allow all delegates the opportunity to speak. Before we proceed, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcements.
We would like to make some quick reminders for delegates and participants joining us via the e-conferencing platform Kudo today. To select the preferred UN language, the language selector with drop-down menu is available on the lower left of your screen. If you would like to make an intervention, kindly click Request to Speak button. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, the microphone and camera icon will turn into red. Please click Unmute and turn on and deliver your intervention. To prevent echoes and interference, please stay on the floor language when you speak and ensure all other devices connected to Kudo in the same room are turned off. Do not click Release Mic until you have completed your intervention, as this will cancel your request. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click Release Mic. For technical issues related to Kudo, kindly click Technical Support tab under the messaging icon and type your message there. Our technician will assist you shortly. And finally, I would like to bring to your attention that the Secretariat will be monitoring the messages in Kudo. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions to be raised through your delegation by using the Request to Speak button only. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed with contributions from distinguished delegates, and I will now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from the Republic of Korea, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Indonesia. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to wish you all good morning and good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak about the response of the Republic of Korea to climate change and air pollution, including our efforts to strengthen regional cooperation for tackling air pollution in Asia and the Pacific. Like other leading countries in climate action, the Republic of Korea announced its goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 last year. This year, we are developing greenhouse gas emission reduction pathways and scenarios to achieve our long-term goal, and the outcomes will be an important input for our future climate action. It is evident that mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions leads to less pollution in the air. Phasing out coal use, especially coal-based power generation, and increasing the deployment of electric vehicles result in less air pollutants as well as less greenhouse gas emissions. It has a synergistic effect on both purposes, very much like killing two birds with one stone. That is why the Korean government is working on lowering CO2 emissions and air pollution at the same time. For example, the winter season air pollution control system has been implemented every year from December to March since 2019. It is a set of control measures for reducing both air pollutants and greenhouse gases, such as restricting the operation of high-emitting vehicles, selectively suspending coal-fired power stations, and preventing illegal incineration of agricultural waste in the rural area. However, such policies have a limited effect if they are carried out by a single country. Given the transboundary nature of air pollution, regional and global cooperation and collaboration is imperative. Therefore, the Republic of Korea is seeking to strengthen cooperation with its neighbors, Asia-Pacific countries, and globally. For instance, we have launched the Pan-Asia Partnership for Geospatial Air Pollution Information Program to share the data received from the Korean satellite GeoComSat-2B on climate change and air quality with 13 Asian countries. It will allow us to develop air pollution policies based on scientific data and information. The Korean government is also actively participating in the Northeast Asia Clean Air Partnership Program under the ESCAP. The program has started in full gear this year with other participants, China, Japan, Russia, and Mongolia. This partnership will help member countries improve policy measures based on science and technology. It is also imperative that we raise public awareness on these issues and promote actions to improve the environment on a global level and also regional level. The Korean government has been...
Please wrap up your statement. Please wrap up your statement.
Okay. Celebrate the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies together with ESCAP and UNEP. And we look forward and commit ourselves to working continuously for this area with other countries and relevant international organizations. We hope that the issue-based coalition would expand and continue to play a key role in advancing such cooperation in our region. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. I'd like to again remind our distinguished delegates to keep to the time of 3 minutes in order for all speakers to be able to have an opportunity to speak at this session. And I'll give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Marshall Islands. Indonesia, you have the floor. We will now invite the distinguished delegate from Marshall Islands to take the floor.
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt, we see here that Japan is on the floor. You may want to continue calling them on to speak as we wait for Marshall Islands and Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will now, I will go in accordance with the list that I have. Farmers, Roots for Equity. Is Australia in the hall?
Australia is in the hall and ready, I believe.
Australia, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Australia welcomes the opportunity to consider our collective response towards the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia and the Pacific through the United Nations acting as one on supporting the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. We also welcome very much the development of the Knowledge Management Hub as a very useful tool to map our collective progress. Today, I'd like to focus on three key SDGs: food security, health and climate change. On SDG 2, ending hunger, Australia is focusing closely on food security through a range of our investments. Under the Global Agricultural and Food Security Program, Australia has invested $150 million collectively, helping over 153 million farmers. With the Market Development Facility, Australia invested almost $70 million to drive partnerships between private and public sector organisations to build back better with small businesses and farmers. And together with the World Economic Forum, Australia invested over $15 million in the Grow Asia Partnership, reaching more than 1.7 million smallholder farmers to access markets and support livelihoods. In terms of SDG 3 on health, Australia has contributed over $700 million to global vaccine development and equitable access efforts, including $80 million for vaccines for developing countries through the COVAX facility, Australia's $523 million initiative to provide further vaccine support to countries in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and most recently we committed $100 million for a landmark vaccine partnership with Quad partners, which will provide over 1 billion vaccines to the Indo-Pacific region by 2022. And in terms of goal SDG 13, climate change, Australia is committed to efforts to address climate impacts and reduce emissions. Australia has exceeded our $1 billion climate finance commitment from 2015 to 2020 by over $400 million, a testament to our efforts in mainstreaming climate in our development program. Australia will also increase our global climate finance target by 50% to $1.5 billion between 2020 and 2025, including $500 million for climate and disaster resilience in the Pacific. Madam Chair, these are brief snapshots of the range of work Australia is achieving in partnership with others by linking national, regional and global dimensions of the 2030 Agenda. We look forward to building our road to recovery together and getting our regional agenda back on track in this decade of action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Japan, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan. Japan, you have the floor. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I'm speaking on behalf of the Government of Japan. At the outset, we thank the dedicated team of ESCAP to provide us with this opportunity to exchange views on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. In line with this agenda item titled Linking National, Regional, and Global Dimensions of the 2030 Agenda, allow me to speak of Japan's national dimension in tackling the 2030 Agenda. After the adoption of the 2030 Agenda in 2015, in order to promote the SDGs in a comprehensive and effective manner, the Government of Japan established the SDG Promotion Headquarters in the following year, headed by the Prime Minister with the participation of all ministries. The headquarters subsequently formulated the SDGs implementation guiding principles and continue to decide the SDG implementation guiding principles and continue to decide SDGs action plan on a yearly basis. Concerning our efforts in cooperation at both regional and global levels in response to the rapid global spread of COVID-19 since early 2020, international cooperation was promptly launched. We are aware that cooperation and collaboration at both the regional and the global level are essential to truly eliminate the threat of infectious diseases. Last March, we promptly provided assistance of approximately 138 million US dollars to the projects implemented by the WHO, UNICEF, and other organizations to Iran and neighboring countries suffering from COVID-19. Following that, last May, the government of Japan provided assistance totaling 863 million US dollars to countries in Asia and the Pacific, the Middle East, and Africa to prevent the spread of infection with the provision of supplies, such as protective clothing and disinfectants, and of training for medical and health personnel, and awareness raising on infection risks. In addition, Japan places emphasis on ensuring equal access to vaccines, including in developing countries, in order to tackle COVID-19. From this perspective, at the Global Vaccine Summit held in June 2020, Japan pledged $300 million US dollars to Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Lastly, but not the least, let me reiterate, Japan will be working with both the regional and international community, mindful of ideals of SDGs, to step up our efforts more than ever before. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. I'd like to give the floor now to the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia would like to convey our appreciation toward ESCAP for the convening of the 8th ABF-SD. Following the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, it is important for us to take stock of our progress and discuss on the way forward to accelerate the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. As such, the UN and its development system plays a critical role in ensuring that the 2030 Agenda is achieved everywhere, leaving no one behind. In this regard, there are several points I would like to highlight. First, strong coordination and collaboration of country-led programs between government and the UN, and within the UN system itself is a key. For example, the SDGs Academy, established as a collaboration between Ministry of National Development Planning, National Development Planning Agency, with Tanoto Foundation, UNDP, and academicians, is a testament of the multi-stakeholder partnership between the government of Indonesia, the UN, and CSOs to educate and provide public awareness regarding the SDGs. The UN is also supporting the formulation of Indonesia VNR 2021 by providing technical assistance and facilitating the consultation workshop on mainstreaming issues of child, youth, gender, and human rights, as well as substantive input. The UN also contributed on the development of the second edition of Indonesia's SDGs metadata, further demonstrating the inclusive and collaborative process of SDGs implementation in Indonesia. Second, the UN system has the capacity and resources to support the development and scaling up of solutions, particularly with regard to the socio-economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. An example of this is the UN COVID-19 Response and Recovery Multi-Partner Trust Fund, which is supporting the government of Indonesia and key stakeholders to scale up inclusive social protection program in response to COVID-19, implemented by the National COVID-19 Disease Mitigation Acceleration Task Force and relevant ministries. In closing, it is our view that UN system support should be country-led, integrated, and aim to more outcome-based program that can be evaluated periodically. It should complement the effort toward closing the gap and leveraging access to means of implementation. Additionally, the UN system should be flexible and adaptive, particularly in Asia Pacific, that is among the most dynamic region in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. And I'll give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan, who I understand is presenting from the hall, and he'll be followed by the distinguished delegate from Maldives, also presenting from the hall. Kazakhstan, you have the floor. Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Добрый день.
Good morning, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. I extend greetings to all the delegates at this APFSD meeting. My name is Bakit Gul. I work at the Secretariat for Sustainable Development at the Economic Research Institute of Kazakhstan. First of all, I'd like to thank the Secretariat for organizing this very important event. Under the challenging conditions of the COVID pandemic around the world, we are no doubt separated by distance, but we are united by our shared goals. In this connection, I would like to submit to you information on the localization of the SDGs in Kazakhstan. As is already known, in 2015, Kazakhstan, along with the other countries, expressed its commitment to the SDGs. In 2018, in close cooperation with the UN institutions, Kazakhstan introduced its institutional architecture to promote the SDG implementation. Today, under the auspices of the first Deputy PM of Kazakhstan, there is a coordinating committee or council on sustainable development. And this council brings together all stakeholders. This council has 5 working groups for the 5 main themes of the SDGs: peace, people, planet, prosperity, partnership. This coordinating body, coordinating role is fulfilled by the economy, the Minister of the Economy. We are using systemic measures to integrate Agenda 2030 into the planning for our country. The Kazakh system of state planning involves a very clear architecture of strategic and program documents, which makes it possible to have a phased integration of the SDGs into our strategic planning. It appears that 80% of the SDGs are already integrated in our national planning. But on the quality aspect, we need to work further. The Coordinating Council has adopted a number of national indicators, and we now have the necessary legislation for the integration of the SDGs into our state planning. In 2019, Kazakhstan submitted its voluntary national review. Today, I understand, Madam Chair. We give considerable attention to these issues of localization, but I would like in particular to express our gratitude to ESCAP and UNDP for their support. Yes, I'm concluding. To attract the greatest possible number of stakeholders, you can find plenty of information on the website of our institute. We still have lots to do in spite of our substantial progress. We think that the effective implementation of the SDGs depends on our regional cooperation. Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Maldives, you now have the floor. I understand the representative from Maldives is speaking from the hall. Will be followed by Marshall Islands. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is encouraging to note the efforts being made by the UN system to work together at national and regional level to support countries. In this regard, Maldives would like to comment on the joint work undertaken by the UN system to support the development of the Regional Action Plan on Social Protection. Maldives had the privilege of co-chairing together with Cambodia the 2 sessions of the group of experts that developed the now endorsed action plan to strengthen regional cooperation on social protection in Asia and the Pacific. The action plan was endorsed in late October last year and is our region's first ever framework on social protection. The action plan is very timely as we all struggle to support our people through a range of social protection measures. We need to learn from our past and, equally important, from other countries in the region that are ahead of us. We need to do better, but this requires knowing what works and what does not. I thank you.
Distinguished delegate. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Marshall Islands, to be followed by the distinguished delegate representing Farmers Roots for Equity. Marshall Islands, you have the floor. Marshall Islands, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Marshall Islands takes this opportunity firstly to express our gratitude to the UN for its continued assistance to the region, especially in supporting countries respond to and prepare for COVID-19. The Marshall Islands notes the report of ESCAP and acknowledges efforts undertaken by the entities of the UN development system in Asia and the Pacific to implement and advance the reforms of the UN Secretary General and support implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. While we note these efforts, we also reiterate the need for island-tailored strategies and for further consideration towards the unique challenges faced by small island developing states. With the unprecedented disruptions caused by COVID-19 and the recent decision by the Micronesian countries to leave the Pacific Islands Forum, it is even more critical that we strengthen our coordination and collaboration with the UN system and other development partners. We are hopeful that the anticipated North Pacific Multi-Country Office will address the coordination challenges and the unique development challenges faced by countries in the North Pacific. The Marshall Islands anticipates this new arrangement to accelerate implementation of the SDGs and strengthen UN Marshall Islands partnership and coordination, while addressing the gaps and challenges found in our National Development Plan and priorities. We are also very keen to learn more about the transition between the multi-country offices and how we can ensure continued cooperation and progress without disruption. Moreover, we are expecting this new arrangement to address the fragmentation of the current assistance provided by the UN. Collaboration among UN agencies and regional organizations is just as critical to avoid duplication of efforts and ensure efficient and effective delivery of support to countries. We do want to acknowledge the ongoing technical support and assistance provided by the UN that complement national priorities and request further support from the UN to scale up existing programs to ensure their sustainability. We are glad to see this highlighted throughout the report. The Marshall Islands sees the UN reform as necessary for wider collaboration and partnership, and we are happy to see the quick mobilization of the Asia and Pacific UN Development System to assist countries through a more coordinated response at the regional level. And we look forward to seeing this applied at the country level as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate. I now invite the distinguished delegate representing Farmers Roots for Equity to take the floor, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Mongolia. Farmers Roots for Equity, you have the floor. Roots for Equity, you have the floor.
Roots for Equity, can you please unmute yourself? You are muted. Can you please unmute yourself? Please unmute your microphone.
Roots for Equity, can you unmute yourself, please? We can't hear you.
In that case, Chair, maybe want to move on. I see that Mongolia is online.
We will now move on to the distinguished representative from Mongolia. Mongolia, you have the floor. Mongolia, you have the floor.
So, Chair, I thank the presenters for highlighting the collective efforts of the UN system to support member states on the delivery of the 2030 agenda. The government of Mongolia remains committed to the successful implementation of the agenda. Mongolia is in the midst of assessing its social protection systems to better understand where we can do more to include everyone, but in an efficient way. As the Assistant Administrator rightly mentioned, collective effort and shared knowledge is important in addressing multifaceted issues like this one, especially in the middle of the pandemic. The Regional Action Plan, for one, with its 15 national actions that we are encouraged to implement, will be very helpful in guiding our work in social protection reform. From a regional perspective, we highly value the establishment of a shared vision on social protection as presented in this action plan. And I'm also very pleased to learn that ESCAP is already working with the UN RCO office in Mongolia to support us with evidence on the impact of different social protection policy choices from their social protection stimulation tool. So I'm therefore very much looking forward to your support and collaboration in implementing the action plan. And I believe this will have a visible impact on the way we respond to the immediate crisis of COVID-19. Let us build stronger and more inclusive, resilient Asia Pacific together. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. I will now invite the UN Resident Coordinator, Lau, to make your contribution. You have the floor, UNRC, Lau.
Honourable Madam Chair, distinguished participants, respected counterparts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again, good afternoon to all, and my thanks to the Chair for the opportunity to make a short statement on behalf of the UN in Lao PDR. Alongside Bangladesh and Nepal, Lao PDR is among 3 countries, all of which are ESCAP member states, that formerly were recommended by the Committee for Development Policy for graduation from least developed country status at the triennial review in February this year. An instrumental step towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, and with dedicated work, it can also be part of the solution towards a sustainable development for all. In its recommendations, the committee called for an extended 5-year preparatory period, which, subject to the approval and endorsement of the ECOSOC and the General Assembly later this year, could see all 3 countries graduate from LDC status in 2026. This is an historical milestone for Lao PDR, which has long made LDC graduation a national priority, as set out in successive national socio-economic development plans. However, as noted by the committee, this recommendation takes place during unprecedented times. The country will now need to prepare for graduation whilst simultaneously planning for post-COVID-19 recovery and implementing policies to address the socio-economic fallout from the ongoing global pandemic. Whilst COVID-19 cases in Lao PDR thankfully remain very low, the country has been significantly affected by its social and economic consequences. Very limited fiscal space with already high debt levels and falling external private financing has placed tight constraints on policy responses. Last year, economic growth slowed rapidly in Lao PDR, across the region indeed and the world. The poverty increased and the negative consequences of the pandemic did not fall evenly across the population. All of this makes achievement of the SDGs, for which we regionally already are off track, that much more challenging. In that context, I would like to use this opportunity to stress the importance of all of Lao PDR's development partners and urge them to step up their engagement at this critical moment. The extended 5-year preparatory period is intended to provide necessary time to address the consequences of the pandemic and put measures in place for a smooth transition. In order to achieve this, it is incumbent upon us to work more effectively and with greater coordination to support the government as it tackles this daunting task. I note the commitment already made by the CDP to enhance its monitoring and analysis of the impact of the pandemic and to provide specific additional transitional support in collaboration with other parts of the UN development system under the Interagency Task Force on LDC graduation. Similarly, I note the establishment of the Graduation Support Facility, which is currently being piloted by UNDESA, as well as the analytical work of ITC, and OHRLS. This provides a good foundation to build from in working together with the government and all relevant stakeholders to pave the way towards a smooth and sustainable graduation. But it will take all of us at national, regional, and global level working with and in close partnership to successfully navigate this coming transition. I thank you.
Thank you. I will now invite to take the floor, to be followed by Women Public Association Women's Organization, ALGA. Farmers Roots for Equity, you have the floor. Roots for Equity. Would you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you. Roots for Equity, please unmute yourself.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. Would you want to give the representative of ALGA the floor first, and then Roots for Equity can try whether they can unmute themselves in the meantime?
Yes. I'll now give the floor to Public Association Women's Organization, ALGA, to take the floor. ALGA, you have the floor. Public Association Women's Organization, ALGA, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda 2030 calls for concerted actions at national, regional, and global levels. Despite strong global commitment by states towards the SDGs, national strategies and action plans do not put into account these commitments or emphasize all three of the environmental, social, and economic dimensions needed to achieve sustainable development. The government, civil society, political representation, women, young people, and general public all have a major role in the review and follow-up process. Global commitments serve as the progressive norms and standards for institutionalization at the national level and demand accountability on government in the implementation of the SDGs. There is a need to strengthen accountability of and interlinkages between the intergovernmental processes at the sub-regional, national, regional, and global levels, and to ensure policy coherence with ICPD, Beijing, and other review processes. Local and national institutions and mechanisms need to be set up to ensure that the voices of civil society and people's movements and grassroots communities are reflected in the implementation and monitoring of the SDGs. Citizen-led data collection and reporting should be recognized and encouraged to enable a transparent review of progress, gaps, and challenges. Civil society shadow or spotlight reports should be made widely available in a timely manner along with the government's reports. Governments must ensure an enabling environment for inclusive, participatory, and accountable follow-up and review processes, which currently varies across different sub-regions and countries. At the regional level, APFSD can be used as a platform to present interim VNRs for discussion and feedback before submitting to HLPF, and to discuss transboundary issues. Regional bodies can support the development of open and common platforms where progress and initiatives of member states are shared and reviewed to enable learning exchanges. The Asia-Pacific Regional CSO engagement mechanism should be institutionalized and supported as a platform for civil society engagement across the UN system in the region. Civil society and other stakeholders through APRSM and major groups should be involved in every stage of the process, and their meaningful participation must be ensured in both plenary and roundtable discussions rather than using these as a validation exercises for pre-articulated goals profiles. At the global level, civil society voices must be given more time. The HLPF should integrate regional perspectives and regional forum outcomes along with national consultations. Strong and more concrete links between national, regional, and global review processes of SDGs, especially VNRs, is crucial for robust and effective follow-up and review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Campaign on Dalit human rights to make a contribution. Dalit human rights, you have the floor. The representative from the National Campaign on Dalit Human Rights, you have the floor.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you, thank you. So we are a diverse group of 500 young activists, advocates, and individuals across social movements, youth-led, youth-serving, feminist, and allied organizations who have come together during the 2021 APFSD Youth Forum held virtually this year itself from 14th to 17th of March 2021. And together we represent youth belonging to the 13 to 30 age group, and our representation is varied, consisting of young people with disabilities, youth from indigenous communities, ethnic and minority groups, including Dalits, young people living with HIV, and young people belonging to various sexual orientations, gender identity, expression, and characteristics, among others. Our participation in the forum is representation of our collective voice from the Asia and the Pacific region. In order to get the Asia-Pacific region back on track, the COVID-19 socio-economic recovery efforts must be carried out to stimulate equity, resilience, sustainability, progress towards the SDGs by emphasizing the need for research to advance gender equity, engagement with marginalized populations, ensuring decent work, preventing a digital divide, tackling intersectoral challenges around healthcare, and informing global governance reforms. An intersectional human rights and gender responsive analysis is crucial for sustainable COVID-19 resilience on a global scale. This is the only way in which recovery efforts can address the impact of the pandemic on all diverse and marginalized population. The inclusion of young people in all our diversity, the building of these recovery efforts is crucial for creating a more resilient and sustainable future. We believe this regional call to action and the national level call to action brief developed as part of the annual ATFSD Youth Forum convening will enable our government to strengthen their political commitment and allocate adequate resources to enable us, the youth of the Asia and the Pacific, to make the most effective transformation of the world into a better place for all. We look forward to inclusive, meaningful youth consultation ahead of global, regional, and national level follow-up and review process to put you at the forefront of SDG implementation in the region. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegates. Well, time has caught up with us, and I'd like to thank all of you for your contributions and for an excellent segment. It is my pleasure now to hand the chairing of the proceedings to Ms. Huda Ali Sharif, Permanent Representative to ESCAP and Vice Chair of the 8th APFSD.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We will move now to the second session of the morning with the reporting from the parallel roundtables held yesterday online. The 9 roundtables discussed the cluster of SDGs under review in 2021. Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, 3, 8, 10, 12, 13, 16, and 17. The discussion set out to establish a shared understanding of the outlook on the goals at the regional level and develop policy recommendations on regional priority for actions on the goals. Each rapporteur has 3 minutes to deliver a summary of the recommendations. A link to the full recommendations is being provided in the chat, and they will be reflected in the chair's summary. We will start with SDG 1, Roundtable, No Poverty, and invite Mr. Monirul Islam Mohammed, Joint Secretary, SDGs, Prime Minister's Office, Bangladesh, to take the floor. The floor is yours, Mr. Mohammed. No connection.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Should I start?
Yes. Please. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Roundtable on SDG 1, No Poverty, was organized by UNDP with support from UNICEF, UNDRR, OSCHR, UNOMEN, UNESCAP. The Roundtable made following recommendations: build human capabilities and empower government service providers. Eradicating poverty requires significant increase in investment in building human capabilities. Capacity of government service providers need to be improved. Building human capabilities should be a regular feature and be done even before a crisis hit. Promote and protect economic, social, and cultural rights, including the right to social security. Expanding universal social protection along social protection floors, following a life cycle approach, is key to reducing poverty. Social protection systems need to be coherent with other policies as well as be disaster responsive and risk informed. Foster women's participation in all facets of decision making for nationally appropriate social protection system. To enhance economic empowerment, the targeted social protection measures are required to address women's needs. It is important to recognize the transformational impact for women of increased ownership and opportunities to access to land and resources, while also reflecting the nuance of gender identification and the impact this has on the effectiveness of responsive measures. Build the resilience of poor population at risk and marginalized groups and reduce their exposure to shocks. Expanding coverage of social protection is necessary for sustained poverty eradication. The imperative of inclusive social protection is moved beyond its traditional protective role to promotive and transformative function, which has built resilience. Enhance climate and disaster risk reduction action to protect life, livelihoods, and reduce disruptions to access to infrastructure and basic services. Management of disaster and climate risks is necessary to minimize human and economic loss. Additional investments are required in strengthening multi-hazard disaster risk governance systems to enable multi-sectoral implementation of such strategies for effective reduction of risks and losses. Enhance capacity to collect and use better data. Disaggregated data is necessary for identifying who are left behind. Collecting comprehensive and disaggregated data requires building framework for enhancing data development and analysis skills. Governments should partner with private sector to enhance their data collection capacities. I thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur of Roundtable of SDG 1. It is my pleasure now to invite Rapporteur SDG 2, Ms. Melissa Mokhtar, Economic Planning Unit, Prime Minister's Department, Malaysia, Rapporteur of the SDG 2 Roundtable on Zero Hunger. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger, was organized by the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme with inputs from UNICEF under the overall coordination of UN ESCAP. The Roundtable made the following policy recommendations to further advance progress SDG 2 in Asia and the Pacific. Number 1, investments and public and private partnerships needed in food systems. Investments are needed to make nutritious food more affordable, create efficient value chains, and promote healthy diet communication and education through social media. Food fortification is another avenue to improve nutrition. Policy recommendation number 2, needed cost-effective data collection, surveillance, and monitoring of food security, nutrition, and livelihood. Digitalization in data collection require both technologies, infrastructure, and governance along the food chains. Actions are required for data governance, data privacy, and transparency to avoid inappropriate use. Number 3, policy recommendation number 3, upscaling digitalization across the food system. Digitalization is key driver to transform food systems and improve efficiency through ITC infrastructure, extension services, and other enabling conditions. Digitalization should ensure inclusive access to technologies and skill development, avoid exclusion, and narrow the digital divide between rural, urban, men, women. Policy recommendations number 4, strengthening urban agriculture and short value chains to improve nutrition for the urban poor. More countries are promoting urban food through incentives, regulations, and accessible technologies. Urban food governance is needed to protect the environment, minimize pollution, and ensure safe food for human health. Policy recommendations number 5, leveraging social protection system to enhance food security and nutrition. Expanding social protection requires collaboration with other sectors such as health, education, and agriculture, as well as involvement of civil society. Policy recommendations number 6, strong investments in disaster and pandemic preparedness, investment in education and research, disaster and pandemic preparedness, early warning, monitoring and response system, especially in rural areas and among small-scale enterprises. Last but not least, we have to increase women's access to productive resources, technology, and skills. Women need policy participation to improve access to productive assets, productive assets such as land, better training and skill development, rural services, and incentives to engage in agriculture and urban farming. That's a report from Roundtable SDG 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur of SDG 2. Mr. Wei Jielong, Second Secretary, Embassy of Malaysia in Thailand, will now present the report of SDG 3 Roundtable, Good Health and Well-being.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Roundtable on SDG Goal 3 on health was organized by UNFPA, UNICEF, UN Women in collaboration with WHO, UNESCO, and UN volunteers under the overall coordination of UN ESCAP. The Roundtable's policies recommendations to advance progress on SDG 3 in Asia and the Pacific cover the following strategic areas: coverage of services, innovation, data for health, quality of care, integration and response, and health financing. It is recommended that countries focus on health systems strengthening to achieve more equitable coverage of health services, including sexual, reproductive, maternal, and newborn health services. Countries should strengthen the capacity of the health workforce, paying particular attention to services for vulnerable population groups and those in fragile settings. Innovations in healthcare provisions should be explored to ensure coordination and continuity of care using new technologies. To achieve better coverage and quality of health services, it is recommended that countries invest in health and logistic management information systems, strengthen data quality, and improve the availability of disaggregated data. Quality of care should be improved using human-centered approaches to reach those left behind and to promote efficient and equitable care while maintaining quality across populations. Countries should increase engagement and awareness among both health and non-health stakeholders, promote health in all policies, ensure inclusiveness, and adopt policy frameworks that promote integrated approaches between environmental, animal, and human health. It is recommended to increase health expenditure, including improving domestic resources mobilization, and to ensure that all countries have allocated sufficient resources to strengthen their health systems and finance their national health plans, including pandemics and other emergency preparedness and response plans. In conclusion, the Roundtable on SDG 3 urges all countries to sustain and protect the progress that have been made thus far in the region and to recover the gain that have been lost during the pandemic. Health for all is within our reach. We must recommit to reduce inequalities and to improve quality of health services using data-driven interventions and cross-sectorial partnerships for innovation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rapporteur of SDG 3. It is now the turn of Ms. Karina Perida Trevilla, Director, Bureau of Workers with Special Concerns, Department of Labor and Employment, the Philippines, Rapporteur of SDG 8, Roundtable, Decent Work and Economic Growth. You have the floor, Rapporteur.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good AM and good afternoon to everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 8 on decent work and economic growth acknowledged the setback that countries in the region are facing in their capacities to advance on the numerous lofty targets of Goal 8 as economies and labor markets are still reeling from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. The discussion reminded us that those who have been most affected by the crisis are those who were already among society's most vulnerable: women, youth, informal workers, and migrant workers among them. The crisis thus makes it even more urgent for governments, workers and employers organizations, and civil society organizations to work together to come up with durable solutions to create job-rich, sustainable economic growth that benefits all segments of the population. Among the numerous policy recommendations put forth by the group to advance progress on Goal 8, particular emphasis is placed on the importance of integrated planning to promote the principles of the goal and collectively design and implement policies and programs. Linked to this is the call to strengthen labor market institutions for ensuring effective and inclusive labor market governance. Here, the need to extend the reach of labor rights and promote safe and secure working environments to vulnerable groups was emphasized, including with consideration given to women, youth, persons with disabilities, home-based workers, and migrant workers. One particular labor right that was promoted is occupational safety and health, with the recommendation put forth for renewed commitments to protecting all workers from the current and future pandemics and other emerging OSH hazards. Other policy recommendations include the necessity to step up investments in human capital to better facilitate labor market transitions, to scale up investment in decent work, including for informal workers, and to pay particular attention, including through enhanced public investment and to the recognition of unpaid care work, the advancement of equal pay, and the removal of all barriers to female labor force participation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rapporteur of SDG 8. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Sarita Ranatunga, Second Secretary, Embassy of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka in Thailand, Rapporteur of SDG 10 Roundtable, Reduced Inequalities, to take the floor. Ms. Ranatunga is presenting from this hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, the Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 10 on Reduced Inequalities was organized by the Social Protection Development Division of ESCAP with inputs from IOM, OHCHR, UNDRR, and UNICEF. More than 80 participants representing government, civil society, the private sector, and various UN agencies convened yesterday for the roundtable discussion. The conversation was fruitful and enriching, and now I have the pleasure to represent the result of the roundtable to the plenary. Number 1, increase investment in social protection. All countries in the region need to set up investments in universal, accessible, gender-sensitive, and disaster-responsive social protection to address inequalities. Promote decent job creation and equal pay. Policies should be developed along the 4 pillars of decent work, including principles and rights at work, job creation, social protection, and social dialogue. Address discrimination. In recognition that inequalities are often the result of discriminatory laws, policies, and social practices, government should implement effective anti-discrimination agendas. The next one, protect the most vulnerable from the impact of natural and human-caused hazards. It is essential to address the disempowerment of marginalized communities and their lack of voice and visibility as a root cause of vulnerability. Address inequalities faced by migrants. Efforts to achieve equality must include all migrants, including addressing inequality as its adverse driver of displacement. The next one, identify the furthest behind through sex, age, and disability disaggregated data. Identifying those who are the furthest behind through rigorous analysis and evidence will be the foundation for developing inequality, reducing policies. Last but not least, address the digital divide. Specific attention should be given to the existing and projected future digital divide in the region as it pertains to the socio-economically disadvantaged older persons and persons with disabilities. This is the summary of the priorities for future action identified during yesterday's roundtable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rapporteur of SDG 10. Mr. Noah Adi Wadojo, Director of Environmental and Forestry Standardization, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Indonesia, will now present the report of SDG 12 Roundtable, Responsible Consumption and Production. Mr. Adi, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 12 on Sustainable Consumption and Production was organized by UNEP, ESCAP, UNESCO, UNIDO, and with inputs from UN Women and OHCHR. The Roundtable's policy recommendations to advance progress on SDG 12 in Asia and the Pacific cover the following strategic areas. Number one, adopting efficient plastic waste management systems. Key issues include the need for strong regulatory and legal frameworks, national roadmaps, and support to local governments to invest in capital and infrastructure. Number two, strengthening SCP monitoring systems and indicators. Number three, increasing awareness raising on SCP and SDG 12. Number four, mainstreaming of approaches through SCP integration into core national strategies and more holistic approaches to SCP policies that address production as well as lifestyle and consumption. Number five, empowering women entrepreneurs, financing women entrepreneurs in sustainable products and services, as well as providing capacity building, ensuring their access to technology, designing supporting policies, and establishing financial frameworks are the keys to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. 6. Promoting green recovery as the engine for COVID-19 recovery. This includes the removal of subsidies to energy products, and the revenue freed up could be used for social welfare and social safety nets. 7. Enhancing stakeholder involvement, including the private sector, communities, and the informal sector. 8. Strengthening regulatory frameworks for SCP. Policies that can support this include strict industrial standards on environmental protection and pollution mitigation, the internalization of environmental externalities into the price of goods and services, and strict standards on air pollution and emissions from vehicles. 9. Accelerating efforts to implement the 10-year framework of programs for SCP. 10. Adopting an integrated circular economy approach. The region must transition towards a more circular model that strengthens resource efficiency and improves waste management. 11. Strengthening capacity building and technical and financial support, including strengthening domestic support and the development of financial instruments at national level is needed, and collaborating on climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur of SDG 12. We have some technical difficulties connecting to the Rapporteur of SDG 13. And in order to keep to the time, I will give the floor to the rapporteur at the end of the next 3 SDG presentations. With your indulgence, I will now take off my hat as the chair and present the summary of recommendations of roundtable discussions of SDG 16. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 16 on Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions was organized by the UN Issue-Based Coalition on Human Rights, Gender Equality, and Women's Empowerment, with the support of the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children. The Roundtable made the following policy recommendations to further advance progress on SDG 16 in Asia and the Pacific. Uphold fundamental freedoms and ensure public access to information. Prioritize states' accountability in ensuring access to information and freedom of expression. Protect journalists, human rights, and environmental defenders, and ensure that legislation meets international human rights standards. Ensure equal access to justice for all. Explore innovations on e-justice while ensuring accessibility for all, including persons with disabilities. Expand online court hearings and provide remote access for legal advice while upholding international standards relating to human rights and the rule of law. Strengthen environmental rule of law and protect environmental defenders. Strengthen environmental rule of law through effective legal frameworks, strong institutions, access to information, and justice on environmental matters, and provide safe, enabling environment for environmental defenders, including indigenous peoples. Address discrimination and stigma. Counter hate speech with freedom of expression, the right to information and public communication that rejects xenophobia, racism, and all forms of intolerance. Increase efforts to change negative social norms and take a whole-of-society approach to address on and offline mis- and disinformation. Improve the collection and quality of data, particularly disaggregated data. Strengthen national capacities for data collection, analysis, and data prioritization, including to disaggregate data by sex, race, color, age, language, religion, national, ethnic or social origin, disability, migration, or other status. Increase efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and violence against children. Increase efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and violence against children, including by addressing discrimination, harmful social norms and practices, and gender stereotypes. Strengthen laws, policies, and national action plans, and increase the capacity of frontline workers. Take additional measures for persons at heightened risk of violence. Strengthen responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. Increase efforts to promote the full, equal, and meaningful participation of everyone in decision-making at all levels. Commit to diversity, gender parity, and equitable representation in decision-making bodies. Amend electoral codes and introduce temporary special measures to strengthen participation of underrepresented groups. Strengthen efforts towards providing a legal identity for all through universal civil registration and vital statistics. Accelerate efforts towards universal registration of births, deaths, and other vital events to achieve legal identity for all. Focus on hard-to-reach and marginalized groups to ensure registration for all. I thank you. And now I would like to welcome Ms. Nomea Simi, Chief Executive Officer, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Samoa Rapporteur of SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals, to present. You have the floor, Ms. Simi. Miss Simi from Samoa. Are you there? Could you speak up, Miss Simi? We don't hear you at the moment. Miss Simi, are you connected? Do you hear us? No, it doesn't. Let's see. Miss Simi? Are you there, Miss Simi? Mr. Irfan. I don't know what happened. I will now, because we have some connection problems with Ms. Simi, I would now like to invite Mr. Irfan Tariq, Director General, Ministry of Climate Change, Pakistan, Rapporteur of SDG 13 Roundtable Climate Action to present.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 13 on climate action was organized by ESCAP, UNDRR, UNEP, and UNFCCC, along with UNESCO, UNICEF, OCHA, and OHCHR. The Roundtable policy recommendations to advance progress on SDG 13 in Asia Pacific covered the following strategic areas. Number one, increasing ambition levels in nationally determined contributions. Countries must undertake ambitious climate actions to achieve the 1.5 degree pathway, including through decarbonization, reduction in fossil fuel, transitions to renewable energy, and commitments to carbon neutrality, while increasing resilience and adaptation efforts. Countries must seize COVID-19 recoveries to align opportunities to accelerate climate and disaster risk reduction with green recoveries, which avoid climate-intensive actions. Redesign of finance and investment systems to become climate action compatible are a key component of such recoveries. Climate action conditionality should be included in post-COVID-19 recovery packages, while reforms to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, integrating climate change and disaster risk reduction into public finance management and private investment are critical priorities. Climate finance should include focus on adaptation and consider loss and damage issues. Number two, adopting on an inclusive whole of society approach, including through enhanced institutional framework to support ambitious climate action, enhanced capacities of local governments to accelerate local climate actions, empowerment of local authorities and communities must include access to finance, data and information and capacity building. Strengthening climate information services for vulnerable sectors and countries integrating human rights approach, and developing gender responsive monitoring systems, data collection, and applications. Policy actions should include empowerment of youth, women, vulnerable and marginalized communities, investments in environmental and climate-friendly technologies which benefit women by providing equal green job opportunities, mainstreaming climate change in education and sustainable development. Education on climate change should leverage co-benefits with SDG 4 and incorporate policies addressing disruption to educational opportunities resulting from climate change. There was consensus in the roundtable that we must accelerate action, be more ambitious, and develop inclusive solutions to realize the climate targets. I would like to thank all participants of the SDG 13 roundtable for their excellent contributions. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Rapporteur of SDG 13. And finally, but by no means least, I would like to welcome Ms. Numia Simi, Chief Executive Officer, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Samoa, Rapporteur of SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals, to present her recommendations. Ms. Simi, you have the floor.
The 8th APFSD SDG 17 Roundtable, organized by ESCAP in partnership with the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation and UN Women, validated 8 priority actions focusing on partnerships and international cooperation, data monitoring and accountability, financing for development, and trade and innovation. Participants recognize that strengthening the means of implementation and revitalizing the Partnership for Sustainable Development are essential for achieving the 2030 Agenda. The Roundtable took note that the Asia-Pacific region is not on track to meet any of the 17 SDGs, and so to accelerate progress, deliberations focused on strengthening fair and open means of implementation and global partnerships that leave no one behind. While partners in the Asia-Pacific region are invited to mobilize resources and scale up South-South and triangular cooperation, the region will need to work on a comprehensive and concrete proposal to enhance its role and impact, particularly within the scope of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. The Roundtable also recognized the criticality of investments in national data governance, stewardship, and innovation to guarantee data accessibility, ownership, and use, and in a shared vision of universal and responsive civil registration and vital statistics systems to advance implementation of the 2030 Agenda and ensure equitable coverage of all people and geographical areas, especially for populations hardest hit by the pandemic. Participants agreed that public finance is critical for financing COVID-19 recovery packages and achieving the SDGs, especially to provide for public goods and ensure equity. In this context, governments need to widen the tax base and strengthen tax administration. Private sector finance needs to be leveraged at much larger scale and directed more effectively to build forward better and achieve the SDGs. Finally, participants noted that contraction in trade has shrunk the fiscal space of developing countries to fight the COVID-19 crisis. And amid the global shift towards digital economies, they called for the acceleration of trade digitalization to enhance inclusiveness and greater accessibility to developed markets. The participants stressed the need to providing sufficient policy space for countries to address COVID-19 crisis, as well as facilitate technology transfer towards the developing countries including to closing the digital divide. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur of SDG 17. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to thank you all for your brief and concise reports and for conveying these key messages from the SDG roundtables. Thank you to our distinguished rapporteurs. I am pleased to invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on Agenda Item 3, linking national, regional, and global dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I will open the floor to statements from delegates in the speaking order as I received from the Secretariat from both participants present in the room and connected through Kudo. I kindly remind delegates to limit their statements to no longer than 3 minutes length to allow all delegates the opportunities to speak. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Indonesia. You have the floor, Indonesia. Could you please unmute your mic? The distinguished delegate from Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, the regional monitoring and tracking of the SDGs are crucial to ensure that no country is left behind in the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. The UN ESCAP plays a pivotal role in this effort, and as such, Indonesia would like to share some perspective. First, the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on the SDGs must be properly understood so that we can address it accordingly. In Indonesia, the effect of the pandemic on the SDGs implementation are significant. Economic growth contracted by 5.3% in the second quarter of 2020, despite it has improved to 2.19% in the fourth quarter. The unemployment rate also rose from 5 to 7%, and people living below the national poverty line has risen from 9% in 2019 to 10.2% in 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic has put enormous pressure also on the health system and disrupted essential health services such as maternal and child health. Second, a coordinated and integrated response to the pandemic rooted in the framework of SDGs is important to mitigate its effect and accelerate progress toward the 2030 Agenda. In its annual 2021 budget, Indonesia has focuses on economic recovery, particularly to revive industry, investment, and tourism sectors. On social service reform, we focus on the health system, disaster resilience, and social protection. In 2020-2024 National Medium-Term Development Plan, about 124 out of 169 SDGs targets have been adopted. Localizing SDGs to the subnational level has also been implemented. 29 out of 34 provinces have enacted their SDGs action plan, taking into account public participation. Third, we must enhance our collective effort to improve data collection and analysis, as well as develop effective evaluation. To support monitoring and evaluation, Indonesia has launched the second edition of metadata for SDGs indicators, consisting of 133 national indicators that are aligned with the global standards. 40% indicators are produced by Indonesia Statistics Office, with the remaining sourced from sectoral data from line ministries and subnational government. The pandemic requires us to think creatively to come up with solutions. In this context, the government of Indonesia is exploring non-conventional data sources for VNR 2021, including verifiable studies and big data analysis, as well as data from the non-state stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Indonesia. Now, I will give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Samoa, followed by the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. Distinguished delegate from Samoa, the floor is yours.
I thank the Secretariat for the documentation provided
to inform discussions on this agenda item. Samoa submitted our second VNR last year, and we confirmed the added benefits and importance of second-generation voluntary national reviews in the follow-up and review process of the 2030 Agenda. Our SDG implementation was informed by the lessons learned and challenges identified in our first review. The second report reflected on how we tried to address these challenges and also how to improve using the lessons learned. Our second VNR assessed progress also on all the SDGs with a focus on the people goals. Now, since our first report, we managed to, 1, improve integration of SDGs into national processes for better data collection, monitoring, and evaluation. 2, strengthen the linkages of budget and planning processes, development assistance, and other international obligations. 3, ensure better stakeholder engagement by using existing platforms and processes allowing for further contextualization of the goals. We also managed to improve engagement of a wider group of stakeholders, especially the vulnerable groups. This was a really important step forward compared to the first report. Lastly, we provided an indicator matrix and identified data sources for an increasing number of indicators compared to our first report. One of the important lessons learned is to ensure that we align our reporting and review timing with the surveys and policy reviews that provide key data to help report our progress on the SDGs. Linking to the review of other international and related obligations such as the Human Rights Conventions are key to a meaningful and effective review of our national SDG implementation efforts. Lastly, we wish to take the opportunity to again stress to all UN agencies the importance of recognizing the data collected and provided through the national SDG indicator matrices in the different UN SDG portals and SDG reporting. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Samoa. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to offer you the greetings of Mujibur, commemorating the centennial birth anniversary of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Concomitantly, we are celebrating the golden jubilee of our independence as well. Respected Chair, the government of Bangladesh, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, declared Vision 2041, and in line with it, it has recently approved the 8th five-year plan, which has aligned the targets of SDGs. At the local level, 3 committees have been constituted, taking representatives from different stakeholders at division, districts, and sub-district levels. Government has given goal-wise coordinating responsibilities to 17 ministries for 17 goals. The government estimated financing needs for SDG implementation, which will be reviewed in line with the integrated national financing framework. Consultation with the private sector, NGOs, youth, media, religious leaders, academia, and development partners were done before finalization of the voluntary national reviews submitted in 2017 and 2020. The government has taken initiatives to localize SDGs. In the next voluntary national review, we expect to start the process from the sub-district level. Bangladesh participated in various global and regional forums and exchanges SDGs implementation experiences, including the UN HLPF, APFSD, South Asian Forum on Sustainable Development Goals, etc. We'd like to urge more efficient and coherent collaboration with national systems, along with United Nations development systems, with more engagement of regional and sub-regional fora in terms of developing joint plan of action, which ensure our comprehensive partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, ESCAP has been supporting regional discussion on tax-related matters in the Asia-Pacific region to foster cooperation on tax matters at annual Asia-Pacific Dialogue on Financing for Development. There is scope for the Asia-Pacific Regional Development Fund to expand and to provide a new framework for regional cooperation in financing sustainable development priorities through its infrastructure and social windows. Countries in the sub-region need to reform, refocus, and strengthen their science, technology, and innovation policies to provide the necessary ecosystem for stakeholders to develop and adopt sustainable development tools and practices. Strengthening regional cooperation could be very useful for monitoring evolution of the means of implementation, especially in statistical capacities. We firmly believe that together we can overcome the challenges and be able to build a sustainable world. Thank you all.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. I now recognize the distinguished delegate from Thinking Classroom Foundation, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Malaysia. You have the floor, Thinking Classroom Foundation distinguished delegate. Connected. Could you please unmute?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Hong Sai from NGO constituency, APRSM, the education. So APRSM's analysis of the progress and concrete recommendations for the goals review in 2021 are rooted in and from development adjusted plans. Reflecting on the discussions in the roundtable yesterday, we appreciate the openness and engaging deliberations in some of the sessions. However, APRSM noted that this failed and time and again to generate political commitment to address the systematic barriers to the SDGs. On the issue that was not discussed strongly enough is the root causes of the inequality among the rich and poor countries, which is rooted in the historic debt system in the world. Many countries were in debt distress before the COVID-19 crisis began, and many more will emerge from this crisis with even higher unsustainable debts. The greed for resources and the lack of respect for indigenous rights, their ownership of the lands, and the recognition of traditional knowledge of the indigenous people. Second, there was no targeted challenge on the emerging private capture of the SDGs. Public-private partnership is not a panacea and is not the solution to address the root causes behind food insecurity, malnutrition, and highly uneven distribution of the resources that seriously persist in the region halfway towards the 2030. Strategic investments in agroecology, education, and the public health systems, as well as on the disaster and pandemic preparedness, should never be presented as a potential profit-making enterprises for the private sector and must only come from the public sector and as part of basic rights of citizens. Responses to the COVID-19 crisis must be centered on the well-being of people, empowering them and advancing equality. Third, SDG 4 and SDG 5 are not part of the cluster of SDGs in this year's high-level political forum, but sustained recovery and resiliency is important without SDG 4 and SDG 5. APRSM believes that even in crisis situations such as this pandemic, the right to education must be protected and learning must continue as is one of the most important strategies for responding to this and the crisis. Education and learning enable children, youth, and adults to individually and collectively cope and adapt to the changes. The follow-up and the review processes of the 2030 agenda must focus on analyzing the root causes and tackling the systemic barriers to achieve sustainable development. Wherever a lack of significant progress is identified, an adequate analysis of causes and systemic barriers must be conducted, including those related to global inequality of wealth, power, and resources, international economic, trade, monetary, and financial frameworks. Militarism and conflict, as well as patriarchy and the resurgence of patriarchal authoritarian governance. As I come from Myanmar, I would like to emphasize on the issue of militarism and the patriarchal authoritarian governance. It's a serious political issue that governments in Asia Pacific must not ignore in APSFSD. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Thinking Classroom Foundation. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Malaysia. the distinguished delegate from Malaysia.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Malaysian government, I would like to congratulate the United Nations ESCAP for organizing this forum in time for Malaysia to review the progress of our achievement of the SDG and for our upcoming second VNR 2021. Malaysia acknowledges the lesson learned from the first VNR and from the countries that have presented their VNR in previous years. We would like to thank UN ESCAP and the UN country team Malaysia for the assistance and support throughout our VNR preparation. Our formal inception workshop of VNR 2021 attended by more than 300 participants from both public and non-public sectors, and our consultation with different targeted focus group recently completed last Friday. Even before the pandemic started, Malaysia has started conducting consultation with various stakeholders for the formulation of the 12th Malaysia Plan. As Malaysia has embedded SDG into our 5-year National Development Plan, the relevant findings and data collection for the upcoming 12th Malaysia Plan and the Sustainable Development Goal Indicators Malaysia 2019 report launched in December 2020 will be utilized for our second VNR, as our first VNR report in 2017 was more government-centric reporting. Malaysia will feature more initiatives from non-public sector by taking into account a whole-of-nation approach in the second VNR. In 2020, the Department of Statistics Malaysia have identified data for 126 out of 247 indicators are available, as compared to 99 out of 244 indicators available in 2019. The Department of Statistics Malaysia have also developed My Local Stats that provide access to statistics at the district and local level for the planning of local development, and at the same will enrich the data for SDG dashboard. Currently, we have 122 available indicators plus improvement of 16 indicators at the district level. It should be noted that for 2019, there were more input from the relevant ministries as compared to the indicators collected in 2018. Given this, the second VNR will be more comprehensive in providing evidence-based data as compared to the first VNR in 2017. Malaysia is looking to implement SDG localization, and one of the possible initiatives is the voluntary local review through the Ministry of Housing and Local Government in 6 selected cities. This is envisioned to foster SDG localization and evaluate the performance of evidence-based policies at the local level. Malaysia hopes the UN and member states will continue to share their best practices, knowledge and technical expertise through capacity building in realizing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With that, I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Malaysia. I recognize the distinguished delegate from the Maldives. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Let me begin by extending my thanks to all the speakers for the excellent conversations and the recommendations presented. I will take this opportunity to highlight our progress on Sustainable Development Goal 13, climate action. The unique geography, low-lying and dispersed nature of our islands, coupled with economic factors such as high import dependency and narrow economic base, makes Maldives one of the most vulnerable countries, and the threat of growing climate crisis poses an existential threat to our people. COVID-19 pandemic has halted all the progress we were making at achieving many of the Sustainable Development Goals, fulfilling our commitment in Paris Agreement, and magnified our vulnerabilities, thereby affecting our ability to tackle the climate emergency. It is crucial for us to align the recovery initiatives with our climate actions and Sustainable Development Agenda in the post-pandemic recovery efforts. The Government of Maldives is focused on emphasizing greener and resilient development initiatives as we build back better. This includes enhancing our adaptation actions to increase resilience of our communities and livelihoods. Initiatives such as the Climate Smart Resilient Island initiative launched by President His Excellency Ibrahim Mohammed Solih at the United Nations General Climate Action Summit in 2019 was then introduced as a way to increase our resilience and reduce vulnerabilities. The government of Maldives has also declared a list of single-use plastics banned from import into the Maldives starting this June. These ambitious initiatives in collaboration with private sector aims to tackle plastic pollution, harness clean energy sources, protect our waters from illegal fishing, and ensure the protection of the marine environment. Maldives firmly believes the implementation of climate action can only be achieved by the provision of adequate, predictable, and sustainable financing from developed countries to developing countries, especially for SEDS. While we are one of the least contributors to the global greenhouse gas emission, we are determined to be part of a global solution by committing to achieve a low-emission development and a climate-resilient future. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Maldives. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from India, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the UN Environment. The distinguished delegate from India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I audible now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I actually thank from our country for this opportunity to speak on implementation of the 2030 agenda and opportunities for accelerated progress with greater linkage at national, regional, and global levels. India presented its second VNR in 2020. Between 2017 and 2020, the progress, pathways, and instruments for implementation and monitoring saw many substantive and deep-rooted changes that have not only improved results, but set up sustainable mechanisms for generating better results. Also came along many opportunities for new collaborations for accelerating progress, both at the federal and provincial levels, now increasingly at the district level. There are institutional structures and roles for following up on SDG-oriented implementation and monitoring. There are indicator frameworks at national and state levels and in more and more districts now to analyze progress in concrete terms. The National SDG Index reports annually calibrate progress and compare performance at national and subnational levels. India being a vast country, we are now going for regional SDG indices within the country to bring out more granular analysis and directly guide planning and action. For instance, we are right now initiating an index for our northeastern states and for cities. So SDGs do provide contextualized platforms for effectively linking local development issues to national goals and aspirations. Simultaneously, SDG partnerships have grown in diversity and depth. Partnerships are now more whole of society, having expanded from all levels of the government, that is federal, state, and local, to communities, civil society, academia, and businesses. One telling instance was the large number of direct consultations across the country with vulnerable social groups for the VNR in 2020. While these partnerships have a lot of distance to traverse, mutually assisted learning and action by various stakeholders have made the SDG implementation process much more competitive, productive, and result-driven. At the regional level, we can learn more naturally from each other. For instance, deeper conversations around areas relating to monitoring, indicators, and data would be very useful. Hence, there is a need to have more regional knowledge management interfaces to improve our adopted strategies and practices. There are many targets that have a wider issue universe crossing geographical boundaries. In such cases, regional action agenda can be more fruitfully pursued. The COVID-19 pandemic has very acutely demonstrated the need for joint action on many fronts, such as research, production and supply of drugs and other accessories, vaccination, management of the virus, etc. There is a need to develop long-term pandemic preparedness at national, regional, and global level through collaborative action. It is important to strategize these linkages, which can improve our effectiveness at achieving the SDGs. I thank you once again, Madam Chair, for this opportunity and thank everyone for their attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from India. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from UN Environment, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste. Distinguished delegate from UN Environment.
Thank you.
You're connected.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of the Asia-Pacific ministers noted at the recent UN Environment Assembly held in February 2021, the pandemic is both a threat and an opportunity. It exposes our vulnerability, undermines the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but green recovery mechanisms provide an opportunity to transform our relations with nature and heal our planet. Our region depends on natural resources for jobs, livelihood, health, and well-being. We need to invest much more in green energy, green transport, energy efficiency, and natural capital. Through the recovery packages, we must align our economies with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, and international processes that target healthy biodiversity. The health of nature and humans are inextricably linked. The pandemic demonstrates the consequences of the harm we have done to nature. The UNEP synthesis report, Making Peace with Nature, launched by the UN Secretary General, elaborates how we can overcome the triple planetary crises of climate change, nature and biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste. Carefully designed and ambitious natural capital investments have the potential to benefit biodiversity, reduce pollution, enhance ecosystem sustainability. We therefore encourage high level and active participation of this region in the upcoming 15th Conference of Parties of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity that will be held in Kunming, China in October 2021. This year's fourth Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, scheduled from 5th to 8th October 2021 in Suwon City, hosted by the Republic of Korea and UNEP, will also provide space to review, identify green actions to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in the context of the COVID-19 recovery. I invite you all to join us there. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from UN Environment. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Women's Constituency, Asia Pacific Forum on Women, Law and Development. You have the floor, distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, respected delegates and dear participants, on behalf of Timor-Leste, I would like to highlight a few points that I have already delivered in my previous statement. First, in Timor-Leste, we are currently focused on dealing with pandemic and at the same time to restore our economic. Therefore, we have invested about 500 million with regards to tackling the pandemic and also in the economic recovery. Some of the activity that we have implemented is that we are focusing on how to involve multi-sector coordination system. Therefore, the government of Timor-Leste have established National Council for Food Security and Nutrition, which we have organized multi-sector ministerial to coordinate activities that are relevant to food security and nutrition in order to prepare programs relevant to nutrition and food security during the pandemic. We also emphasize that the importance of social protection during the pandemic is very important. Therefore, we have a program on maintaining the support of humanitarian assistance to most needed populations. We emphasize the program of subsidy for women or Bosudamai. And we are also still investing in the program, school feeding program. And then recently the government will request 210 million more in order to tackle the pandemic and manage the vaccination, as well as at the same time to invest in economic recovery. This is what I would like to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Women's Constituency, Asia Pacific Forum on Women, Law and Development, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Nepal.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism. We are a platform of more than 600 organizations to facilitate CSO's engagement with the UN process in the region, like APFSD and beyond. We would like to highlight several things in relation with the importance of regional process. There are 33 references actually to the term regional in the Agenda 2030. It specifically mandates regional cooperation and dialogue, strengthening follow-up and review, and then member states have also recognized that regional and sub-regional frameworks can facilitate the effective translation of sustainable development policies into concrete action at the national level. Regional process has much to offer in many ways. For us in the civil society, it creates proximity and accessibility for local and grassroots communities to directly engage in regional discussion and work closely with their governments at the national or local level. Second, just like what our colleague from Education Group said, it can identify regional priority issue vis-a-vis addressing systemic barriers requiring multilateral resolve to propose specific solution at the regional level, which may be difficult at the global level. So therefore, for linking the national, regional, and then also global processes, and then the role of the regional forum could be better defined in the follow-up and review process, we are wanting to recommend the following. One is actually conducting regional VNR. It can be in the form of submission of the interim VNR to the regional forums for comments and inputs, and then subsequently submit the final reports to the HLPF. The year after the country's report, a follow-up report can be submitted to the regional forum that will lead to greater accountability and monitoring. Second, more session of the HLPF should be dedicated to systematically integrate regional forum perspective to inform global process. And to further enhance the process, a continuous feedback loop should be created to flow back from the HLPF into regional, sub-regional, and national level to track the implementation of recommended actions. Third, the recommendation should also be directed at the national and regional level UN system, including resident coordinators, specialized agencies, and country missions for complementary and also accountability. We felt that the outcome document from the regional process, like the report and the chair summary, should be integrated with the ministerial declaration of the HLPF. Participation of civil society in the regional follow-up mechanism should be systematically enhanced through allocation of spaces as well financial resources. Lastly, our point is that COVID-19 has reinforced our foundational narrative that the current neoliberal development model combined with patriarchy, patriarchal authoritarianism, and militarism is inherently flawed. And then that is possible, actually, if we have a political will to realize a rights-based, people-centered development model that addresses inequalities of wealth, power, and resources. It is time for development justice that strives for redistributive, economic, environmental, social, and gender justice and accountability to the peoples. Thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Women's Constituency. I would now like to invite the distinguished delegate from Nepal. May I also take this opportunity to thank the service of the interpreters and for giving us your extra time and support. Thank you for your very useful service. I would like to invite the distinguished delegate from Nepal. to make your statement. The distinguished delegate from Nepal.
Am I audible, Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to commend the UN SCAP for organizing this very important meeting. I will be honored to share some progress of SDG in this very important meeting. The government of Nepal is committed to attain the challenging and indispensable goal of sustainable development since its adoptions. Different policies and accompanying measures have been adopted for the mainstream SDG in federal as well as national level. Government with all stakeholders, including private sector, civil society, development partners are working together to meet the goal of 2030. Nepal has been mainstreaming SDG in its national as well as sub-national policies. Nepal has prepared 15 periodic plan, which is also aligned with SDG. And the government of Nepal has produced various policy and baseline documents to accelerate the process of SDG implementation, such as Nepal produced its status and roadmap, basically is baseline report, need assessment, costing and the financing strategy, SDG localization guidelines, etc. Nepal also prepared and presented its second voluntary national review at the United Nations High-Level Political Forum in 2020, highlighting major progress and challenges in the implementation of the SDG. Similarly, for effective implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, some institutional structure have been put in place. SDG Steering Committee was formed in the chairmanship of Right Honorable Prime Minister, and Implementation and Monitoring Committee was formed in the chairmanship of Vice Chairman, and other various thematic committees are also formed. Over the last 4 years, the 5 years, the incidence of multidimensional poverty has been reduced to 28.5% from the 36%. The prevalence of under-nourishment, stunting and wasting among children has significantly decreased. In health sector, the maternal mortality rate was decreased to 239 for 100,000 live birth. In 2018-19, the net enrollment in primary education reached 97.2% in 2018-19. Also, the basic water supply coverage in the country reached to 88%. Similarly, the average economic growth rate for the past 3 years was 7.3%. However, the fallout of COVID-19 is likely to limit the growth of rate to the 2.3% or less in 2019-20 against the target of 8.5%. The consumption inequality measured by Gini coefficient was 0.3 in 18-19. The targets for the use for agriculture production as present of the cultivated land set 2019 was also have been achieved. The various local level adoption and climate change adaptation plan has been significantly decreased. The forest under community-based management make up 42.7% of the forest area of the Nepal. The corruption index score has decreased, and the public expenditure as a proportion of approved budget has increased. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused unprecedented disruption in the development of the country and implementation of SDG also. Therefore, there needs to be further acceleration of implementation of sustainable development while ensuring environmental resilience. Public institutions and good governance need to be strengthened with greater resources mobilization and enhanced global partnership. As we move forward, further mainstreaming SDG at all levels of governance, uplifting the disadvantaged groups and achieving the aspiration of leaving no one behind remains our utmost priority. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Nepal. Thank you all for your contributions and for an excellent segment. And thank you also for keeping to the time. We will now break for the morning. I close this session and ask the Secretary of the Forum to make some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. We kindly invite all our delegates to review the list of side events scheduled for today. This list is available on the website of the Forum, and the Forum will reconvene at 2 p.m. Bangkok time after this break. Thank you very much.
the Vice Chair of the 8 APFSD, Ms. Huda Ali Sharif, Permanent Representative to ESCAP, Mr. Kaveh Zahedi, Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP, and Ms. Katinka Weinberger, the Secretary of the Forum. Madam Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. During this session, we will proceed with Agenda Item 3, linking national, regional, and global dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The document pertinent to this session is Reflections on Second Generation Voluntary National Reviews in Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP/RFSD/2021/3. For this session, we are very honored to get the support of Mr. Kaveh Zahedi, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP, who will moderate the discussion. Dear Mr. Zahedi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. And you know, this is one of the sessions of the APFSD that's usually very interactive, a lot of fun, good dialogue, and we'll try to recapture some of that spirit, although it is, of course, online. This year, 12 countries from the region will be preparing their voluntary national reviews. Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Bhutan, China, Indonesia, Japan, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Marshall Islands, Myanmar, Laos, PDR, and Thailand. 12 countries from our region. So this session is going to provide an opportunity for these 2021 VNR countries to share experiences, challenges, innovations, be it for the first-time VNR presenters or indeed for the VNR veterans. Countries presenting their VNRs for the second or third time, the so-called second and third generation VNRs, will be able to share with us how they have built on and gone beyond their first efforts, their first VNRs, to provide a more in-depth analysis of the root causes of challenges and to track their progress, the setbacks, the successes that they have. And they can share with us the innovations that they have introduced each time to make their VNRs more inclusive, more impactful, and really a better basis for accelerated SDG action. The experience of countries that have gone through the VNR processes more than once can, of course, help countries presenting for the first time this year and can help them in a way to leapfrog in terms of innovation and to some degree in terms of ambition. So this session is going to provide a platform for all of these, as well as for stakeholders and experts involved in the VNR preparations, to highlight some of the critical issues and showcase examples of how they have supported member states in the VNR process. The setup for this session is essentially going to be 5 sets of interventions. Each set has two people that will speak to the issues of the VNRs from different perspectives, a member state and a partner organization or the United Nations. So, to get our discussions underway, first we're going to be hearing from Indonesia, that is actually going to be presenting for the third time this year. What we've noticed is that countries presenting their VNRs for the second or for the third time tend to expand the topics and issues under review. And in this context, after we hear from Indonesia, we'll also hear about how to improve the reporting on an often overlooked issue, which is, of course, that of violence against children within the context of the VNR. But first, without further ado, let's hear from Ms. Vivi Yulaswati from the Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia. Ms. Yulaswati, can I invite you to comment in a way on the value added of presenting for a second or third time? Why have you done it in a way? And during this process, how have you sort of gone beyond the first? What have you learned that others can benefit from? Ms. Yulaswati, you have the floor.
Ms. Yulaswati, would you please press request to speak button? Ms. Bivi from Indonesia, would you please press request to speak button?
Miss Yulaswati, you need to press the request to speak button. Should we move on to the next one while? All right, so a little technical hitch to start with, but let's then jump to the other person that we had in this first segment. I'd like to invite in that context Miss Najat Mala, who is the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, to discuss with us how we can strengthen the reporting on this, as I mentioned, sometimes overlooked issue in the VNRs and in the VNR processes. Miss Najat Mala, may I turn the floor to you?
Do you hear me and see me?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's a big pleasure to contribute to this important and timely discussion. My intervention, as requested, will focus on how countries conducting a VNR can address violence against children and its driver, and mainly in the current challenging context. First, the VNR process should consider the integrated, indivisible, and interlinked nature of SDGs. The 2030 agenda has several distinct targets related to ending violence against children. However, the drivers of violence and the most significant risk and protective factors for children cut across the whole agenda. We cannot hope to end violence against children if SDGs related to poverty, hunger, health, education, justice, gender, social inclusion, decent work, equality, migration, climate change, and building peaceful societies are not met. Second, VNR should emphasize how building back better this year after COVID can accelerate SDG implementation. And we know that violence remains a significant problem in East Asia and the Pacific, affecting 10 to 30% of children depending on the country. And the economic cost of this violence equate to between 1.4% and 2.4% of the region's annual GDP. We were not on track to end violence against children before the arrival of COVID-19. The pandemic has magnified the problem, exacerbating inequalities and placing children at greater risk of experiencing violence and threatening their development, mental health, and well-being. We must learn the lessons of the pandemic and recognize child protection as essential services along with health and mental health, education, and justice. They must be linked to sustainable social protection systems that will reach the most vulnerable, ensuring that they are not left behind. Despite the fiscal constraints due to the pandemic, we must recognize that allocating adequate budget and strengthening integrated services is a sound investment that can provide an enormous return on children, communities, and society as a whole. Third, 2021 VNR should also build upon previous VNRs and also benefit from continuous mutual learning within the region and across regions. Fourth, VNR process are a key opportunity to mobilize and involve all key stakeholders, including children. We must recognize children as agents of change and ensure that child-sensitive and inclusive participation is an integral part of the VNR process and SDG implementation. This must be part of a wider process of mobilization and bringing together all key stakeholders at national, regional, and global level to accelerate recovery and implementation of SDGs. Distinguished delegate, to support member states in this endeavor, my mandate issued practical guidance. My mandate also undertook an analytical review of last year's VNR and will prepare a similar review this year. Since past months, I am meeting permanent representatives of the countries representing their VNR this year and the UN country team in those countries as well to provide support to the VNR process. Partnership is the only path to success. My mandate stands ready to support member states and to work with all of you and all other key stakeholders to keep our promise to end violence against children by 2030. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for bringing this issue really to the heart of our forum and the VNR process. I think your advice actually goes beyond the issue of violence against children, about the importance of addressing it in an integrated way. It's not just about child protection, the health issue, the education issue, overall social protection issue. So you've lodged it there, and we noted the guidelines that your office have issued, and I hope many of our countries will pick up on that. Thank you for starting off our conversation, Ms. Maala. So, if we don't have Indonesia yet, if we don't have Indonesia yet, I'm wondering if we could move to the second set of our interventions. Again, as VNRs evolve, not only do they tend to expand in scope in terms of topics and issues that they address, as we just heard in a way, but also in terms of involvement of different stakeholders, including local authorities. A great example of this is Malaysia, who I do hope is online. No? I think the team are testing me. So, Malaysia is on standby because actually they're presenting their second VNR this year and have previously conducted what's called a voluntary local review as well to bring that sort of subnational element into their VNR process. But if we don't have Malaysia, another one of our interventionists that can speak to this issue is really about how do you bring a broader stakeholder involvement into the VNR process. And in that regard, I wanted to invite Mr. Roop Suna, the executive head of Dignity Initiatives, to comment on how civil society organizations have been involved in the VNR process to date, and how, in a way, this can and needs to be strengthened. So, with my fingers crossed and looking nervously at the team, Mr. Suna, the floor is yours. You seem to be on mute. If you could try unmuting.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
okay.
Very well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm pleased to share our experiences of preparing a VNR report. Nepal submitted 2 VNR so far, first in 2017 and second in 2020. The process of the first VNR report was highly exclusionary, both in process and outcome. The consultation with the CSOs were not held at all. The government shared its draft report with only the selected CSOs at the 11th hour. Nepal submitted second VNR in 2020. There were some improvements in terms of stakeholders' participation and inclusion in the process. However, there is still room for improvement to reach out further to the highly marginalized groups. This time, the CSOs proactively took initiative to conduct more thematic consultations. This resulted into the preparation of the shadow report, and the Planning Commission also incorporated some recommendations in the final VNR report. Here are some of the important issues that I want to highlight in relation to our experiences of the preparation of VNR and its follow-up. The government tried to make the process inclusive but failed to reach out to some of the most marginalized groups. For example, no separate consultations were held with the women's group and indigenous communities. Therefore, it is important to reach out to the highly marginalized communities to integrate their inputs and perspective in the report. The government often tries to claim their progress in legal, policy, and institutional framework. However, the progress must be measured in relation to the integration of 2030 agenda into action, meaning that in national plan, policy, and budgetary allocation. For example, in the report, the government expressed its commitment to ensure justice to the Dalit community. However, there is a high level of impunity of caste discrimination and violence, and the perpetrators continue to escape punishment in most of the times. Next, availability of disaggregated data is another important issue. Nepal has developed 471 local indicators, but we lack quantitative disaggregated data. Nepal is going to have its 12th nationwide census this year. In addition, the Planning Commission is preparing to publish a multidimensional poverty index report soon. I urge the delegates of Nepal to use this as an opportunity to come up with the disaggregated data across all social groups. Finally, Nepal has recently adopted a federal governance structure. It's true that the delegates of Nepal has mentioned that the SDGs have been integrated into the federal policy and programs. However, it still lacks the institutional framework and mechanism to integrate them into the local policy, plans, and budget. It must be translated into governance structure. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Sunar. So we note improvement in the process, but room for much, much more. And a few fundamental issues that actually go well beyond Nepal as well, especially the issue of disaggregated data, because without it, it's very, very difficult to actually pinpoint who is being left behind and design the policies to reverse that. So I understand we don't yet have Indonesia or Malaysia with us. So let's move to the third set of interventions. We do have them. Should I go back to them? Okay, yeah. So I'm going to go to the third set of interventions. Again, we've heard about the need to expand to deal with issues like violence against children. We've heard about the importance of the process and also expanding not just the topics in the VNR, but the process of development of the VNRs and their scope. What I would like to do now is to invite Mr. Morita Atsushi, who's the Deputy Director of Global Issues Cooperation Division of the International Cooperation Bureau, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japan, to comment on the second review and key lessons learned when conducting this second review. Indeed, if any of the messages from the previous two interventionists really resonate with you as you now have gained experience. I turn the floor over to Mr. Atsushi.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to introduce Japan's efforts for achieving the SDGs. So far, 4 local governments of Japan have submitted their VAR, voluntary local reviews, and many other local governments are taking actions on the SDGs. They take actions not only for SDGs' sake, but for resolving their regional challenges, such as declining population and shrinking regional economy. We believe that promoting the SDGs can lead to local revitalization, and we encourage local governments' efforts on the SDGs. Let me explain some of the initiatives we take for localizing the SDGs. The Japanese government established the SDGs promotion headquarters in May 2016, headed by the Prime Minister, to ensure a whole-of-government approach to implementing the 2030 Agenda. The SDGs promotion headquarters formulated the SDGs implementation guiding principles as a mid to long-term national strategy for achieving the SDGs. In the guiding principles, the national government expects local governments to take actions for promoting the SDGs, which include accurately measuring initiatives and setting local indicators. One of our key initiatives is called Japan SDGs Award. It was established in June 2017 to encourage not only local governments, but companies, schools, and other organizations to work towards achieving the SDGs. The SDGs promotion headquarters decides award winners based on opinions of a wide range of stakeholders who have expertise in the SDGs. Each year, the most outstanding proposal is selected for an award from the Prime Minister, and this gives incentives for local stakeholders to take actions on the SDGs. Another key initiative is called SDGs Future Cities. Each year since 2018, the national government has designated about 30 municipalities as SDGs Future Cities, based on their efforts to integrate the SDGs into their policies. The national government provides about 10 outstanding municipalities with subsidies to accelerate actions on the SDGs. When local government submits proposals to be a SDGs future city, they are asked to identify their priority goals and targets of the SDGs and to set local indicators at the municipal level. Local indicators are based on the common indicators prepared by the national government as well as their own indicators, which they set voluntarily in accordance with local circumstances. These goals and targets of the SDGs future cities are followed up every year by the national government to check the status of their achievement. Each municipality submits a quantitative assessment and qualitative self-evaluation of their progress to the national government. The national government conducts interviews with experts based on the data provided and gives each municipality advice on how to further advance achievement for their targets. As a result, according to our survey, the ratio of Japanese local governments which were working on the promotion of SDGs jumped from about 1% in 2017 to 39.7% in 2020. The national government has committed to designating 210 SDG future cities and to increase the ratio of municipalities working on the SDGs to more than 60% by the year 2024. Japan believes through drafting a VLR, local governments will take further actions on the SDGs, and cooperation among municipalities and regional blocks can be enhanced. It is also expected that VLR can create international cooperation, including city-level collaboration. In this regard, in the guiding principles, the Japanese national government encourages local governments to actively implement VLRs. We have not finished drafting our VNR, but we are trying to incorporate many local initiatives to illustrate how the SDGs are prevailing throughout the country. We hope Japanese local efforts, which will be introduced in our VNR, will lead to creating further cooperation, including regional level and international level, so that we can take steps forward to achieve the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very nice window onto the process in Japan. So clearly your VNR is not a standalone, it's part of a much broader SDG effort that in a way has leveraged whole of government approaches, including through the SDG promotion HQ you have. It includes then trying to incentivize other actors to implement the SDGs, other stakeholders, the prize, etc., and going all the way down to local governments. And an important part, of course, is the follow-up, the status check, as you called it. There's no point in just having a snapshot without being able to follow up on the implementation of the actions. Very, very fascinating intervention. Thank you so much, Mr. Atsushi. So, next on my list, I have Ms. Catherine Haswell, who is the UN Resident Coordinator for the Maldives. And the UN is, in many countries, one of the partners for the government in the development of the VNR report. The UN Resident Coordinator and the UN country teams come in support. So Catherine, we very much look forward to hearing your reflections on the role that voluntary national reviews can play in accelerating progress on sustainable development and in the broader interaction between the UN and the countries at the national level. Catherine, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kaveh, and greetings to all the distinguished delegations. It's an absolute pleasure and honor to be with you all. I'm here with you today in the context of being an RC in a country where we're not currently doing a VNR. And I think that that's an important perception to come from, actually, because it means that I'm not working currently on helping the country to come up with a VNR, but actually working on bringing together a range of experiences from other countries around us in the region, but also from afar about some of the experiences and ideas that come through this evolution, as many of the countries during the forum have expressed, that comes from the VNR. Our discussions here in the Asia-Pacific and of course at the HLPF show us that the experience and results of the VNRs are constantly evolving. COVID-19 is, of course, the greatest global, regional, and national challenge that we're all facing since the UN General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And while it's had a devastating impact across the board, we are witnessing new doors opening on a wide range of difficult policy issues. And when I think about this from here, I see issues around economic diversification for SIDS countries who have been severely impacted, thinking also about new issues and how we tackle gender empowerment and economic participation of women, and also the new and emerging nature of vulnerability. And I think as these issues are coming out also from ESCAP's recent reports, we're all seeing that the situation is morphing and merging in a pretty fast speed. So what I was thinking a little bit was about how can doing a VNR tell a story for building back better? And how can it help for building back greener? Opportunities. The first one is a good one because it's also something that the distinguished delegate of Japan mentioned and previous speakers. Who's been fully activated in the SDG agenda? The whole of society approach that's needed for effective SDG implementation will always grow over time. But if we take this snapshot now, are we effectively engaging and using parliamentarians in the greatest potential way? Are we formalizing now, as well as keeping where we need to, the informal role that civil society plays, a critical component of the broader 2030 agenda? Have we effectively moved from funding from the private sector to that financing shift? How much have we achieved that? And given the impact of COVID that's setting us back, what are the opportunities there to really accelerate that engagement? I'm sorry that we've missed the presentations from the countries who were going to talk about local government and the engagement experience there. For me, it's also about the local communities. In a country like the Maldives, I can see with this huge geographic diversity and spread of the countries, the reality on the ground is going to be led by small communities. The other thing I'm thinking is with COVID-19, we've had to adapt to technology capacity as well as our own skills as human beings to use the technologies. So could this mean that national consultations, for example, could be more inclusive, expansive, and certainly more meaningful? Secondly, what would it take to deliver a visionary VNR? And how could the VNR help to start telling a story of building back better? So one of it is that the government has always been front and centre of the SDGs. But as we know, the shift from the MDGs is how can the government be a generator and a mobiliser, and in this new context, be expanding the space for others. A key issue we've found in other regions is where SDG coordination is placed is critical to success. So right now, as colleagues have just mentioned, where you have the national response and recovery placed, this is where the national SDG coordinator should be placed in the centre of those policymakers for the COVID response. And perhaps there's an opportunity for us there to think about, do we need to review the function and the level and placement of that function to ensure it's part of the next acceleration.
Catherine, thank you so much. I'm sorry to rush you a little bit to wrap up.
No problem, Kaveh, thank you. Very briefly, we all know that data is important, but we've got new sources of data, regional, geospatial, and big data. How do we use that? And then finally, how does COVID change our thinking and practice? What's possible with innovation that hasn't been done before? And a final mention, just to say, please lean on your respective resident coordinator and UN teams on the ground to support you, because as Kaveh said, we're very closely connected with the discussions and innovations happening with ESCAP, as well as a wide range of development actors and banks at the regional and global level that we can bring directly to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. And you know, I think you reminded us that, you know, when you said that how can the VNR help with building back better, with building back greener, that VNR is is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. And I think that's what you're hoping to leverage in the Maldives context. And that makes a lot of sense. And we will get some more country experiences for you in terms of our next intervention. So do not fear about that. In fact, our next intervention from Bhutan can maybe shed some light onto a VNR that not only helps achieve or meet the SDGs or to build back greener, build back better, but maybe even build back happier. So we have the case of Bhutan, a second round VNR country, and we have the pleasure of having Mr. Forba, who's the Senior Planning Officer at the Gross National Happiness Commission, with us. So Mr. Forba, can I invite you to comment on this second round? You know, you're now again becoming a veteran of the VNR. In particular, what lessons have you learned about involving different stakeholders in broadening your VNR as you've gone from the first one to the second one, that other countries and partners like the UN can learn from you? Mr. Forba, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair. First of all, on behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, I would like to extend my warm greetings and wish everyone a very good afternoon from Bhutan. It is indeed an extraordinary opportunity and privilege for me to speak on the topic increasing the role of stakeholders and oversight bodies in the VNR process that we are undertaking at the moment. Recognizing the roles of stakeholders and oversight bodies to have a comprehensive and different perspective in our ongoing VNR process, we were able to engage most of our stakeholders despite challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished delegates, Bhutan is presenting its VNR for the second time. The first VNR was presented in 2018. Based on the lessons that we have learned and the recommendations from the first VNR, we have made an inclusive stakeholder engagement plan, particularly including those stakeholders that we have missed in our first VNR. We were able to bring on board more numbers of CSOs working on different themes such as gender, disabilities, economic, environment, and youth. We were also able to consult all our political parties in the country. Notably this time, we were also able to meet with our academia and different youth groups, both from urban and rural area. Taking advantage of the technology in this pandemic, we have also conducted virtual meeting with all our development partners and local governments. With the ongoing pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, the conventional way of stakeholder engagement is no more working, and the face-to-face meeting was not possible due to travel restrictions and nationwide lockdown in the month of December and January. Therefore, we had to strategize our stakeholder consultation by resorting mostly to online meetings. With the improvement of COVID-19 situations and lifting of lockdown, we have organized numerous face-to-face meetings in a smaller group, strictly following COVID-19 protocols. In addition to the virtual consultations and face-to-face meetings, we had also asked written contributions or written inputs from some of our agencies. In addition to the established institutional mechanisms that are in place for the implementation and monitoring of SDGs related activities in the country, we have formed a national level task force for the VNR. The members for this task force are from diverse agencies, including from our oversight bodies such as Anti-Corruption Commission and the Royal Audit Authority. Their main responsibilities are to validate and review the VNR report before finalization. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the consultation, we were also able to meet our members of parliament from both the houses, the National Assembly and the National Council, to get their views as people's representative and as part of their oversight function. After completing the first round of consultation in the month of January and February, we are now almost completing our first draft of the report. With such a wider consultation, we are of the view that the report will be able to clearly identify some of the gaps and put forward solid recommendations for effective implementation of SDGs so that we ensure no one left behind and reach the most difficult first within this decades of action. In the month of April, we are planning to further deliberate on the draft report so that we will be able to come up with a realistic and implementable report that will guide us in this decade of action. Timely, we are presenting the draft report to the parliamentarians during their workshop on the role of Parliament in the SDG, which is planned in the second week of April. Following that, there will be a series of workshops and roundtable meetings, particularly with the VNR task force, before we actually finalize the report. Lastly, but far from the least, I would like to inform the August gathering that for this VNR process, we continue to engage all the relevant stakeholders that we have missed in our first round of consultation, including our oversight bodies and CSOs and development partners. Such consultations not only enable us to get diverse perspective on the developmental and interventions, but it also gave us an opportunity to create awareness on the SDGs. Importantly, it further improves trust and confidence and partnership among different actors, which are important means to achieve the SDG in its true sense. With this, Your Excellency, I would like to end my intervention. Thank you and Tashidele.
Thank you so much for your intervention, Mr. Forba. We heard very clearly from you that the process is as important as the end product, and the consultations that you've undertaken, stakeholders, oversight bodies and parliamentarians are vital for you to make your second generation VNR, in your words, realistic and implementable. And I think that's really the ambition that all countries would have for their VNRs as well. We've heard a lot of talk about parliamentarians here in the context of Bhutan. We also heard our UN resident coordinator in the Maldives mention the important role of parliamentarians. So it's a particular pleasure for me to now invite Mr. Martin Chungong, who's the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, to discuss this increasing role of parliaments in the VNR process and the important contribution that they can make. So, Mr. Martin, may I hand the floor over to you?
Much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for introducing me, and it gives me great pleasure to be. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Please go ahead.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation, and I've been listening with keen attention to what is being said. And let me congratulate the previous speaker from Bhutan, who has laid strong emphasis on the need for the process to be inclusive. And I was very reassured when he mentioned the consultations that are taking place with parliaments and parliamentarians, as he said, as representatives of the people and overseers of government. I think it is important. I'm here to contribute that parliamentary perspective, not because I think parliaments are the best in the world, but because I think it makes sense if we are talking about an inclusive approach. You mentioned inclusiveness, Mr. Moderator, at the beginning of this meeting. Many people have referred to the need for broad stakeholder approaches to implementation of the SDGs. And I want to offer that parliaments need to be a key pillar of these processes. Again, it stands to reason because parliaments are a mirror of society. They are, I think, I would say, the multicultural or the microculture of society as a whole. And so we want to see them participating robustly in the SDG implementation processes and the reporting thereon. And so it stands to reason that when an institution is endowed with some powers, such as lawmaking, oversight, and accountability, as well as budgetary allocations, we need to bring them on board in this endeavor that requires dipping into all the potentials that are available. So I put it to the participants here that it is important that parliaments continue to be in the picture. Last week, I was pleased to be organizing this meeting of parliamentarians in the ESCAP region with the ESCAP Executive Secretary. And we were pleased to see that parliamentarians were more forthcoming in terms of their involvement in the SDG implementation process. And we want to see this happen on a regular basis because there's ample evidence. We at the Interparliamentary Union do carry out an assessment every year, and we see that increasingly parliaments are involved in the process. Some 58% of parliaments of countries involved in the VNR process last year were involved in the exercise. This is a huge increase from the previous year. We want to see this because it makes sense that when you are having a conversation on the implementation of the SDGs, you have those stakeholders who have the potential to make a great impact on implementation. When you have parliamentarians being involved in the discussion of the VNR, then you have allies that you are creating. You have people who will help with implementation of the recommendations of the VNR. And that is why we think it is important that VNR processes be informed by strong engagement by parliaments. The Interparliamentary Union, every year sign a series of letters to speakers of parliaments whose countries are up for review in the VNR process to alert them to this and make sure that they are involved in the conversation, not at the tail end of the process, but at the very beginning, so that they can play that oversight role that is important for accountability and effectiveness. So I offer that we can work to mobilize parliaments to be involved in these VNR processes. And I have seen evidence in New York at the time when we had in-person meetings, where VNRs have been presented jointly by government and parliamentary representatives. And that's the type of alliance I would like to see in building on this strong process for accountability. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Martin, thanks to you. I think you answered so many of the questions that a couple of the previous speakers had also brought up. I mean, you said parliamentarians and parliaments must be in the picture and involved from the early on, not just for the sake of it, but because ultimately we are gaining allies for implementation, in your words. Thank you for that. Very, very well spoken. So, we're now going to skip back to one of our earlier presenters. We're going to try to get back to Indonesia to Ms. Vivi Yulaswati from the Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia. Indonesia, as I mentioned at the beginning, is a VNR veteran, now going for the third round VNR. And from Ms. Vivi, what we would like to hear from you is, what experience have you gathered going from the first to the second to the third? What is the value added of repeating this experience at the country level that others can learn from you? Ms. Vivi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very good afternoon, distinguished delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for being late. In the formulation of the third VNR, Indonesia maintaining and strengthen the inclusiveness process by engaging all stakeholders. The VNR formulation is initiated by the meeting with all stakeholders, chaired by the Ministry of National Development Planning as the coordinator. So all the four platforms, including the Parliament, the CSOs, businesses, philanthropy, and academicians, is part of the meeting or the process. In the VNR 2021, we work closer with the UN system as well, and even with the UN ESCAP. We will report the 2020 data on the SDGs indicators from our statistic office based on the latest socio-economic survey and other surveys that can be done in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. So including using the irregular data coming from the online survey. That's for the example. The social analysis on the most vulnerable groups are being conducted, such as spatial analysis on children, disabled, as well as the youth group. Aside the data collected by Statistic Office, we also collecting data from business communities, research centers, and UN system, working with the development partners, also from the NGOs. We also work very closely with non-state actors, including faith-based organizations. We align the theme of the VNR 2021 with the transformations agenda of the government due to the COVID, or to respond to the COVID, so as to attain resilience and sustainable effort to overcome from the COVID-19. The government are transforming our social protection system, disaster mitigations, food security, as well as the health system and the environmental system. The 9 goals reported are placed in this context. The framework of our VNR 2021 completely aligned with those policies. With this framework, we could demonstrate the interconnectedness of the 9 reported goals. We try hard to align the national VNR with the local VNR. It is still our homework to align better on this on the report for the VLR, because we're engaging so many local governments. As the third timer of VNR, Indonesia stand ready to share our rich experiences to the first timer countries. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vivi Ilaswati from the Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia. As I said, you are our veteran country in terms of VNRs, and as well as the comprehensive process that you spoke about. I think it was important that you pointed to an issue that's come up a few times about data, especially disaggregated data, and how you're in a way broadening the data being used to give a more accurate picture of progress. And again, you reminded us of the importance of not having the VNR as a standalone process, but very much integrated with the government agenda, in this case, your government's agenda for transformation. So thank you very much for sharing those experiences with us. As I said, I'm sure that if we were meeting in person, you would now be surrounded by other VNR countries from this year and next year to really tap into the expertise and experience that you have collected. So, with that, let's move to our next intervention that comes from Thailand. Not a third round, but a second time VNR country, with a VNR that's really very much been produced and supported by civil society, including volunteers. And we have Kun Wanali Lopitra, the Deputy Director General from the Department of International Organizations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, to tell us, Ms. Kun Wanali, can I invite you to comment on your second VNR, and in particular on the involvement of stakeholders, civil society in that process? Over to you.
ขอบคุณค่ะคุณคาเฟ่ Excellency, distinguished delegates, Thailand attached utmost importance to the VNR process. We particularly value its integral role in stock-taking progress on the implementation of the SDGs. We also see the VNR process as a means to raise awareness and advance SDG implementation at the local and national levels. For this reason, Thailand has continuously developed unofficial VNRs on an annual basis. Since our first official VNR submission in 2017, these were conducted under various streams such as community empowerment in 2019 and volunteerism and sustainable development in 2020. To underline our commitment to the process, Thailand will be presenting, as you mentioned, our second official VNR at the high-level political forum on sustainable development this July. We will seek to highlight the progress made and the challenges that remain since our first official submission in 2017. Our 2021 VNR preparation process is supported by Thailand SDG Part 5 report which means we stock take after 5 years of our SDG implementation after 2015, when we together with a member of the international community endorsed the SDG. This SDG Part 5 report, which is being conducted by the National Economic and Social Development Council, will be the basis for our voluntary national review this year. The NESDC is also conducting pilot project regarding the SDG implementation in 9 provinces. We admit that the number 9, after 5 years of SDG implementation might not sound so many, but we're increasing the number of the province that will participate in this program. This work with the provinces will help us enhancing SDG localization and in developing indicators that take into account the local context. Amidst the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and like other countries, Thailand's VNR preparation process has faced various challenges. It has been exploring innovative ways to ensure the inclusiveness of the VNR process to take into account the views of all stakeholders. Apart from consultation with the government agency, the consultation process will be extended to various sectors, including parliamentarians. At present, our department have a chance to meet with a member of the parliament once every 2 weeks to discuss especially the SDG. Apart from the parliamentarian, we also having worked with us also the private sector, academia, civil society, and youth. Feedback from these stakeholders will contribute to the finalization process, and their inputs will be highlighted in the report, and we will present this July during the HRPF. Stakeholder engagement is even more crucial in this time of COVID-19, in our opinion, for 2 main reasons. First, the pandemic affects each community and sector in different ways. Our effort to build back better and achieve SDG will need to consider the needs of the different groups, be they the elderly, person with disability, or other marginalized group. And the needs of this group, maybe not all of them, some of them we will present their needs during our VNR process in July as well. Second, amidst the present crisis, we need to expand and mobilize all sectors so that they take ownership of the SDG implementation themselves and become agents for development. The more people get involved, we believe the better chance we have of achieving the 2030 agenda. The transition to a post-COVID world in a new normal style will be an immense challenge for us. Actually, I think it's for all of us. But with the SDG as our compass and the VNR as one of our benchmarks for assessing progress, Thailand believes that sustainable, inclusive, and balanced growth is well within our reach. I thank for your attention.
Thank you so much, Kun Monali. Much appreciated. One of the things we heard from you that maybe we haven't heard as much before is to use the VNR also as a means to raise awareness on the SDGs and indeed on their implementation. And of course, a big part of that is not only aligning it with the governmental priorities through the NESC, but also through this very, I would call it, deep participatory process that you have put in place. As you said, the more involved, the better the chance to achieve the SDGs. And we very much got that message from you. Thank you. Along the same lines, our next intervention is going to come from my friend, Mr. Toili Kubanov, who is the UNV Executive Coordinator. And it's Toili, it's the first time I've presented you as such, so my congratulations once again. But Toili, could you reflect a little bit, not just on the participatory process, but on the role that the volunteers can play in the VNR process, and indeed in the implementation of the VNRs and the SDGs? Toili, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kaveh, for such warm welcome. And the beauty of the online conferences is that we can stay in touch. So I'm beaming in from the global headquarters of UNV here in Germany. And I'd like to send my greetings on behalf of the United Nations volunteers to this August forum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just speaking after the Ms. Wanali, and I'd like to thank and congratulate the Royal Government of Thailand on this second voluntary national review. I understand that 9 is a lucky number in the Thai tradition. Therefore, let me limit my reflections to 9 main takeaways from the VNR process in the Thailand. Number 1, building on Thailand's first VNR in 2017, which provided the country's SDG baseline, the new VNR takes stock of the SDG progress, and the progress is commendable. Secondly, this progress has been largely enabled by Thailand's sufficiency economy philosophy. Resting the Agenda 2030 on a homegrown development approach is a great lesson for all of us. Thirdly, another SDG enabler is inclusive collaboration among all stakeholders led by the National Committee for Sustainable Development. Ms. Wanali has just stressed the importance of inclusive collaboration, and that has been the case as well in the process of the VNR preparation. Fourth, I really appreciate the VNR's focus on the impact of the global pandemic. This is what sets apart the new generation of the VNRs from all the predecessors. This is the first time we have an opportunity as the world to take stock of the real impact as well as the nation's response. The whole of society approach, including Thai volunteers, remains critical for overcoming these challenges. 5, I profoundly thank Thailand for reflecting how volunteerism helps SDGs. The recognition of volunteers has been strong in more than half of the VNRs presented by the ESCAP member states over the last several years. And this is becoming a new normal. I'd like to acknowledge the VNRs from the previous years and from this year that have recognized the role of the volunteers, namely Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Brunei Darussalam, India, Indonesia, Laos, Mongolia, the Philippines, the Russian Federation, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Timor-Leste, Turkey, and Uzbekistan. 6, Thailand's VNR reflects support of the UN system, led by our UN resident coordinator. Globally, we see the convergence of VNR priorities and the UN cooperation frameworks, which remains critical during the agenda for action. 7, the next Thailand Human Development Report with UNDP will also focus on intrinsic linkages between the sufficiency economy philosophy and the 2030 agenda. This can provide further impetus to the achievement of SDGs in the country. 8, as a country of 13 million volunteers, Thailand is a good friend of UNV. We value our partnership, and I also thank the Royal Thai government for sharing the Thai experience in empowering volunteers at an APFSD side event earlier this week. And 9 and last, I'd like to conclude, with the Thai saying, putting a gold leaf on the back of the Buddha image. In other words, do something good without seeking attention. This is exactly what volunteers do. They seek not fortune, nor fame. Yet they make critical contributions to COVID response and to the 2030 agenda. And this is also what Thailand and other ESCAP members have done in the VNRs by empowering and recognizing volunteers in our societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your eloquent words, Toili. And indeed, we very much appreciate the role they play, not just in the VNR process or the development of VNR, but in the implementation and often in the hardest of circumstances, as we've seen during the COVID pandemic. The role of volunteers has been so critical. We're going to move on to one of our big ocean states, the Marshall Islands, next. And this is a country that is presenting for the first time, a first-round VNR country. And we have the pleasure of having with us Anjanette Katil, who is the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Trade from the Marshall Islands. Can I please invite you to comment on your VNR preparations and what innovations you've been able to bring into this first round VNR process for the Marshall Islands? Ms. Katil, over to you.
Excellency. Warm greetings of your way from the Marshall Islands. I wish to firstly, at the outset, thank you to ESCAP for this opportunity to join this panel to share the Marshall Islands experience in preparing for its very first voluntary national review this year. Before I proceed, I want to thank the previous panelists for sharing their experiences from their past VNRs. Coming into this for the first time, it is good to hear the success stories, good practices, as well as the learning experiences from others, so that we can also learn from them. Today, I would like to share 2 best practices in our VNR process. The Marshall Islands submitted its request to present its VNR back in 2019. When COVID-19 hit, there was some hesitation from the government to move forward with the VNR, mainly because of the overwhelming concern for the pandemic and the rapid response needed to prepare for it, coupled with the constraints from our limited human resources and capacity. But upon reflection, we also realized that COVID-19 and the VNR presented an opportunity to realign our resilience efforts, and so we decided to go ahead and as planned. In order to achieve this task, we needed a work plan and a strong setup to support the VNR work. The RMI's National Strategic Plan Sustainable Development Goals Committee currently oversees the reporting, monitoring, and implementation of the National Strategic Plan and the Sustainable Development Goals. This national mechanism established in 2016 was key to aligning the SDGs to national development plans and mainstreaming all the key sector plans at the national, local, and grassroots levels. In 2020, this committee appointed a VNR working group to develop a work plan, draft and finalize the key messages and VNR report, and support other parts of the VNR process. In the working group's first meeting, a terms of reference was developed along with a timeline of key milestones. The working group consists of 2 representatives from each of the key pillars: social, economic, environment, good governance and infrastructure, as well as representatives from the Marshall Islands Council for NGOs. Members of this working group are responsible for collating and gathering input and information required from the various stakeholders outside the working group. They also provide oversight on the drafting of the report, consultations, planning, and provide regular updates to the NSP SDG Committee on progress. Inclusivity is integral to any process in the Marshall Islands and also one of the founding principles of the 2030 Agenda. It helps create ownership of the Sustainable Development Goals. The working group plans special multi-stakeholder consultations to ensure greater participation and to make sure everybody's voice is heard, especially those that are often underrepresented or most vulnerable. Just this week, the working group held 2 consultations for the private sector and non-governmental organization, which includes representatives from youth groups, women's groups, and disabled persons. The aim of the consultations is to engage key stakeholders across the country to deepen understanding of the 2030 Agenda and the VNR, and also learn the level of implementation at community levels and the challenges encountered along the way. Local governments are also considered in the VNR process and will also be given an opportunity to provide input into the VNR during the annual Mayors Association conference later this month. Governments cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals alone. It is recognized in the Samoa pathway that the sustainable development of small island developing states can be achieved only with the broad alliance of people, governments, civil society, and the private sector, all working together to achieve the future we want for present and future generations. We are learning a lot during the process and recognize the value of voluntary national review. It not only serves as an opportunity to highlight the achievements of the country and its people, but it also helps us realize the gaps and identify the opportunities to grasp. It reinvigorates discussions on the SDGs and serves as a reminder of our shared responsibility to each other and to the earth. In closing, I want to express our gratitude to the ESCAP Pacific Office for providing valuable support and guidance during RMI's VNR process, as well as all development partners that have been involved and or are very keen to assist. Thank you, and we look forward to the rest of the meetings and discussions today. Como Dada, Excellency.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Cato, for bringing the voice and the experience of the Marshall Islands. It seems that even though it's your first VNR, you've set the bar extremely high and already learned the lessons about the importance of the alignment with the National Strategic Plan, the mainstreaming, and of course, the inclusivity, including with the local governments and mayors. So you have set the bar high for yourselves, and we look forward to the VNR itself. Our last speaker is Mr. Siddharth Chatterjee, who is the UN Resident Coordinator in China. Sid, you have seen the VNR process in Africa. It's now followed you into Asia. So could you share with us some of the key lessons from the perspective of the United Nations, not only in supporting the development of a VNR, but also ensuring that these VNRs tie in to the UN's strategic frameworks and the general support and follow-up and implementation that the UN carries out at the national level. Sid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and greetings from China. It's a beautiful spring afternoon, and you can see the trees are blossoming all around. And it's also, to all the participants, it's the year of the ox, which actually shows resilience, hard work, and that is precisely what I'm seeing all around me. I arrived in this country on the 16th of January, and I'm just every day pretty amazed as what has been accomplished, where a country in 1979 had a per capita GDP of $189, has already surpassed $11,000. So it's fascinating to see what is happening around me. Now, China, in many ways, has been a pioneer in driving the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and has demonstrated its strong commitment to the SDG realization, both here and in terms of South-South cooperation. Now, with China, we are now pursuing innovative, coordinated, green, open, shared development in its national agenda, which is totally aligned to the 2030 agenda. Now, in fulfilling this, China has set out a set of actions around the SDG targets and establishing domestic coordination mechanisms with the 43 government departments to guarantee its implementation. Now, China's experience in the years following its participation as one of the 22 UN member states in the VNR at the 2016 high-level political forum was showcase the value proposition offered when countries spotlight areas where further progress is needed and follow up into galvanizing actors at every level to deliver for the SDGs. The most important and the remarkable one is on poverty reduction, and China's own VNR results presented in the 2016 HLPF highlighted how poverty remained a significant challenge while reiterating their commitment towards SDG 1, all adding further momentum to China's recent targeted poverty alleviation programs. Now, this mirrors a lot of ways what I've witnessed in Kenya, and the Kenya VNR process has actually been pretty much echoing what China has been at the front edge of, and I've seen myself over the last 5 years the dramatic transformation in all the human development indicators that I've seen happen in this African country. Most importantly, while COVID-19 in 2020 has been a setback, what I'm also seeing is hope, optimism, and a level of resilience in that country, which is again the same as I've seen in China. China's success now in lifting nearly 100 million people out of absolute poverty in a span of 7 to 8 years is pretty remarkable, simply because it perhaps is a model which can be emulated by many countries in Africa where I have spent a major part of my career. Now, as discussed, in its VNR for 2016, China noted environmental deterioration issues and identified ecological protection issues such as climate change and sustainable energy as key priorities in moving forward for the government to implement the SDG agenda. South-South cooperation will be a key manifestation of how we are able to make sure that we leave no one behind in China or in countries all over the world. And again, I see important leadership by China in kind of gravitating and pulling along in this particular direction. I have flagged in a recent op-ed that I wrote that I see a new wave of multilateralism emerging from China, a public-private partnership, because without the full velocity and the might that of innovation, technology, and big data, we will not be able to use this opportunity to advance the SDGs simply because COVID-19 has mirrored the Great Depression of the 1930s. And we have to find new ways to reset, re-energize, rewire the whole ecosystem. So with this, I would conclude by saying this VNR actually is a moment of hope for the whole world. And being in China, it perhaps epitomizes that hope. Thank you.
Sid, thank you so much for your words, and I think it's a perfect place for us to bring this part of our discussion to a close with that level of optimism. You did remind us from what you said that the VNR is only a means to an end. It's a means to identify and to act on priority areas, priorities for the country itself, and citing, of course, the poverty reduction goals of China is absolutely a case in point. Madam Chair, I will hand back to you with I guess just three very quick observations. We've heard from 9 different speakers across our region about the different experiences in VNRs, but there are certain similarities, certain lessons that really seem to jump out, to me anyway. Number one is that the process is just as important as the product. The more inclusive, the better. Number two is the importance of involving partners, not just for the sake of involving partners, whether they be parliamentarians or UNVs, but because ultimately we need help, countries need support in the implementation of the priorities that get identified within the VNRs and, of course, the SDGs writ large. And thirdly, I think the VNR seemed to be a place to experiment with some innovations in different way, whether it's innovation so that you have greater outreach using the VNR to reach more people, to talk to them about SDGs, or innovations in the kind of data that can be used that maybe aren't in the classical data sets of countries, but can help to address some of the data gaps and enable a more complete picture of vulnerabilities and those left behind. Just 3 quick notes or comments or issues that I think maybe jumped out from a very, very rich discussion. And I want to thank each and every one of the presenters for having taken the time to share their experiences with us, whether it's the first, second, or third generation VNRs or the support provided to those. And with that, Madam Chair, I will have the pleasure of handing back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Zahedi, for the excellent moderation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on Agenda Item 3, linking national, regional, and global dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I will open the floor to statements from delegates in the speaking order as received from the Secretariat, from both participants present in the room and connected through Kudo. I kindly remind delegates to limit their statement to no longer than 3 minutes length to allow all delegates the opportunity to speak. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Azerbaijan to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The distinguished delegate from Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, clearly, thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to talk about the SDG implementation in my country and also the third VNR experiences. And with the purpose to coordinate the implementation of tasks entrusted to each government agency under the commitments undertaken from transforming our world, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan endorsed a decree on 2016 to establish the National Coordination Council for Sustainable Development of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The decree stipulated the establishment of the Council Secretariat, and the Ministry of Economy was vested with the responsibility to oversee effective coordination. And during the SDG implementation process, we have MAPS missions, which comprised of 9 experts was fielded to Azerbaijan, and also FAO office in Azerbaijan carry out the study titles, which is supporting capacity development in implementing sustainable development goals in Azerbaijan, and issue a report about that. And also, if we talk about the SDG implementation, we have to take into consideration raising awareness and engaging stakeholders. On the way of implementation and advocacy of SDGs, we have organized 3 Republic Innovation Contests for supporting the implementation of goal of United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda, as well as encourage innovation and strategy roadmap on national economy of Azerbaijan. And furthermore, a memorandum was signed among the different ministries and private sector in order to coordinate joint activities on organizing innovation contests until 2030. Past 3 years, we have achieved high success to engage the Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan to the SDG implementation. And in this context, we have organized 2 times high-scale conferences, namely role of Parliament in achieving sustainable development goals, in which was held in Parliament of Azerbaijan Republic. A significantly improvement, transparent and effectively measurement of statistical data on sustainable development goal indicators, the State Statistics Committee of Azerbaijan Republic, jointly United Nations Development Program, launched a national information portal on the sustainable development goals. And today, in which today the portal is recognizing the crucial importance of the strengthening capacity in the country. One of the most important measures related to the implementation of SDGs in my country was Baku Forum on Sustainable Development, and which was held in 2018. Due to COVID-19, we couldn't organize in 2020, but this year, if we have possible, we will organize the second Baku Forum. In terms of SDG ranked, Azerbaijan ranked 54th among 166 countries, becoming the leader in the South Caucasus region and leaving many CIS countries behind for sustainable development for SDG index. Furthermore, the report shows that Azerbaijan has achieved that no poverty goal in sustainable development goals. And in terms of COVID-19, in order to reduce the negative impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the economy of the Azerbaijan, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan has signed a decree on action plan, and the Cabinet of Ministries approved for it. And in terms of the voluntary national review, as you know, Azerbaijan has already presented in 2017 and 2019 presented its voluntary national reviews, and this year Azerbaijan is also going to present 3rd voluntary national review in New York. In terms of statistical capacity,
May I just interrupt?
we provide direct statistical data.
If you could kindly wrap up, the distinguished delegate from Azerbaijan, kindly
now
wrap up.
I'm going to finish. And in terms of statistical capacity, we provided direct statistical data on 67 indicators of SDGs in second VNR, in which was 63 in the first VNR. It's forecasting this number will be in 77 in the third VNR. Numerically, during the first VNR advocacy, we have 2 private companies formalized the annual sustainability report, and this number had upward trend by 9 in the second VNR, and we are going to get 12 leading private companies.
Could you please wrap up? Distinguished delegate from.
Thank you very much for all.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would like to invite the distinguished delegate from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, who's joining from the hall, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Laos People's Democratic Republic.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. For the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the government of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea set up the National SDGs Implementation Task Force, NITF, involving representatives from relevant line ministries and agencies, and the Vice Premier and Chairman of the State Planning Commission was appointed as the chair, and the Deputy Director of the Central Bureau of Statistics as the Vice Chair. Technical committee consisting of statisticians from the Central Bureau of Statistics was formed under the NITF. The NITF is responsible for localizing the global SDGs, targets, and indicators in the line with the national development goals and sectoral plans and for coordinating the implementation of all levels. The technical committee compiles and evaluates data by each goal and indicator through national statistics system and surveys and reports on the implementation to the NITF on a regular basis. The NITF finalized the country's specific SDGs and indicators for the implementation of 2030 agenda in March 2019 on the basis of the goals to build a powerful socialist state, as well as the new strategic line of concentrating all efforts on the economic construction. It is emphasized in the national SDGs to further consolidate the foundations of the self-supporting national economy, upholding the line of prioritizing science and education, and to provide people with more affluent and cultured life through directing primary efforts to energy, agriculture, water and sanitation, environment, and enforcing the people-oriented policy to the full. The national SDGs, the successor of National Millennium Development Goals, were established, taking into account off-track MDGs' successes and lessons learned in the progress to achieve national development goals and sectoral plans. They will be further updated in conformity with the country context through the national surveys and evaluations of international practices. The DPRK government will submit its first voluntary national review report for the implementation of SDGs to the high-level political forum on sustainable development in July 2021. At present, the originally planned national seminar were cancelled in the context of strengthened state emergency anti-epidemic measures to cope with the protracted global health crisis. Instead, the NITF has been organizing sector-wise video conferences for a wide exchange of views among officials from relevant line ministries and agencies to finalize the VNR report. The report will highlight successes and lessons learned, as well as challenges and the way forward for the implementation of each goal. I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate our appreciations to the Secretariat of UN ESCAP for its full support provided to the DPRK for nationalization of SDGs and targets, strengthening of statistical capacity and preparation of VNR. My thanks also go to the member states for their frank exchange of views with our experts during the workshop organized by ESCAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Lao PDR, to be followed by the NGO ADA, Asian Development Alliance. You have the floor, the distinguished delegate from Lao PDR.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. First and foremost, on behalf of the Lao delegations, I would like to express our sincere thanks to ESCAP and the Bureau of the Chairs of the 8th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development for the opportunity to speak at these sessions. Indeed, these sessions today offer us an important platform to discuss and exchange experiences and good practice in order to identify the way and means forward that we will lead the discussion, the implementation of the 2030 agenda at the national level and the regional level, in particular at the time that countries around the world are facing with the economic and social disruptions caused by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, since the adoption of the 2030 agendas, the Lao government has been putting great efforts and made many significant achievements, which demonstrated political will and unwavering commitment to achieve the SDG, especially by mainstreaming the 2030 Agenda, ASEAN Vision 2025, and the adopting of the principle of the sustainable development into our national development agenda and strategy. This year in particular, the government had decided to carry out a review and participating in the VNR for the second time. The government has already been taking initiative steps on drafting the second VNR and organizing a number of consultations with relevant stakeholders, including the upcoming youth consultations to be held by the National SDG Secretariat and the UNV. The second VNR will focus on trends analysis of the SDG implementation with more in-depth analysis of the 9 selected goals and targets, of which 6 goals correspond to this year's United Nations High-Level Political Forum theme goals. Our second VNR will also align with the national development priority, especially the outcome of the 8th five-year National Socio-Economic Development Plan 26-2020 and the upcoming 9th five-year NACDP 2021-2025, which is soon to be adopted by the ongoing session of our National Assembly. Moreover, it will take into account the implementation of the COVID-19 outbreak, the impact of the COVID-19 outbreak on the SDG implementation efforts at the national level. The government of the Lao PDR presented its first VNR at the HRPF in 2018 in New York. As per the first experience, the government had been utilizing and well-established national SDG localization mechanisms for preparation of the second review. We have gained many valuable insights that we would like to share with you. Some of the lessons learned on the presentation of the actionable and next step and recommendations are worth mentioning here. First, providing the opportunity
the
for
distinguished delegate, can I kindly ask you to wrap up? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I think is providing the opportunity to follow up on the review of the implementation of the agenda. Secondly, producing an actionable recommendation for the first VNR and provide clear guidelines and direction for the next step. And thirdly, is value added and producing clear, actionable next step and recommendation not only bring about the tangible output in the following review, but it also showcase the ownership and political commitment of the government and stakeholders in the society, in particular, correspondent engagement, participation, and partnership development.
Please wrap up your statement. Thank you.
The realization of the SDG at the national level. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Lao PDR. Now I give the floor to the NGO ADA, Asian Development Alliance, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Myanmar.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, dear friends and colleagues, my name is Jyotsna Mohan from Asia Development Alliance, a regional CSO platform in Asia, and I'm representing the NGO constituency of Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism. The last 1 year witnessed the continued shrinking of civic and democratic space, which has also reflected in SDGs monitoring and implementation, and later in VNR preparation and presentation, with few symbolic engagement processes during the time of pandemics. Although most of the VNR dedicated a specific section on the principle of leaving no one behind and its meaning in their regional context, apart from highlighting the human right-based approach to development, they remain silent on human right abuse, shrinking civic space, and crumbling democracy. For example, despite an urgent call for action in Myanmar, we see stoic silence over the junta oppression, where more than 200 innocent lives have been lost in brutal ways since military coup in the country. We demand an urgent call for action by all present here in this August gathering to protect the civil rights of the people. Our following key concerns, lessons learned, and recommendations are coming from a long critical engagement, actions, and follow-up in all SDGs process. Engage the right holders. Right holders engagement needs further improvement going beyond ad hoc measures. For example, in Indonesia, Japan, Bhutan, Marshall Islands, and many more countries, collaborative engagement is ceremonial, where many human rights and governance problems addressed by SDGs stem from a lack of inclusiveness and participation in policy and decision making, and a lack of transparency, openness, and accountability in governmental institutions. Hence, opportunities should be provided to all stakeholders, including marginalized groups, and the guaranteeing access to people with disabilities. Mental digital apartheid in the public education system, having poor infrastructure, hearing marginalized voices, using citizens-led data, government everywhere should take the necessary step to ensure systematic data collection process, and must recognize and accept the result of citizens-led data initiative, which are ample. This could be done by using both qualitative and quantitative data information in national monitoring reports. Lack of focus on tackling systemic barrier and little engagement in the transformative potential of the 2030 agenda. VNR is missing on the issue of financing and means of implementation for sustainable development, apart from tackling global economic policies that contradict the achievement of SDGs and recovery from COVID-19. Civil societies in Asia and the Pacific have offered development justice indicators. Example, number of COVID-19 recovery fund that goes to corporate bailout instead of social protection, that track government's progress, taxation measures to mobilize domestic resource to deal with pandemic, the amount of public health and education budget compared to military spending, or number of public health workers compared to military personnel, that needs to be taken seriously to track development justice in the region. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from ADA, the Asian Development Alliance. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Myanmar, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Mongolia.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon all. With regard to the VNR, Myanmar is planning to present VNR in the High-Level Political Forum, HLPF 2021. VNR report will be formulated in accordance with the reporting guideline. The coordinating committee have already formed for preparations of the VNR report. Ministry of Planning and Finance and Industry serve as a focal to carry out VNR, cooperation with the relevant ministry, agency, UN country team, and other stakeholders. We thank UN ESCAP and UN country team for providing the international consultant for us. We have received 2 international consultants, one from the UN ESCAP, Ms. Kathleen Lewis Porter, and one from the UNDP, Mr. Thomas. Myanmar strongly requests the UN ESCAP to provide for coordinations of those international experts assistance to Myanmar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Myanmar. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Mongolia, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the LGBTIQ Global Call to Action Against Poverty, Youth, Southeast Asia, Southeast, East, North, Central Asia, and the Pacific. You have the floor, the distinguished delegate from Mongolia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here's, I'll be short, a couple of updates from Mongolia on accelerating the SDGs. So at the policy level, the government of Mongolia has taken phased policy action in tackling the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic. And as we develop our 10-year development policies in line with the Agenda 2030, we believe we have the momentum to plan for accelerated, coordinated, and transformative action. One highlight also from Mongolia is the recent constitutional amendment and law on approval of law on development policy planning and its management. These 2 documents really provide strong legislative foundation for policy coherence and institutional coordination in the country. We also have Parliamentary Subcommittee on Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the National Council for Sustainable Development led by the Prime Minister. And by taking opportunity of this high-level intervention, we are now hoping for creating multi-stakeholder partnerships and coordinated efforts. Last year, the Parliament approved Vision 2050, our new long-term development policy, which sets forth development priorities while considering the dynamic nature of development issues such as climate change and human development. My video is not working, right? So that's fine. The government has defined comprehensive and localized SDG targets and indicators by ensuring whole of government and whole of society approach. But going forward, I think implementing them requires clear financing strategies. So while we set the targets, we also need to look for new partnerships where we can mobilize more funds. And we in Mongolia see integrated national financing framework as one, and we are strongly advocating for this. So I think it's relevant for all countries. 2030, policy planning methods will need to go beyond standard modeling and forecasting tools into holistic approach to assure social embeddedness of coherent policy actions. So let us build back better. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Mongolia. Now I give the floor to the LGBTIQ Global Call to Action Against Poverty, Youth, Southeast, East, North, Central Asia, and the Pacific, the delegate from this association, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea. The floor is yours, the Global Call to Action Against Poverty, Youth, Southeast, East, North, Central Asia, and the Pacific delegate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is interesting to hear this session on voluntary national review. But unfortunately, from many LGBTIQA constituencies in many countries in Asia and the Pacific, LGBTI voices are invisible and still left behind. When it comes to participation in public life, building alliances is vital for LGBTI communities of the global economic south, in example, Asia and the Pacific, as there are limited civic spaces in which human rights defenders and gender and sexual diverse activists can participate and advocate our rights. Such is the case because lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, intersex, queer, and non-binary people are often criminalized and stigmatized for being who we are, bearing our access to public life and decision-making spaces with safety as opposed to our heterosexual, cisgender, and endosex counterpart. Right now, this is particularly prevalent because we are experiencing violent attacks and state repressions against pro-women's rights and pro-LGBTI rights movements. Thus, we seek alliances with the broader human rights movement from them to empower, protect, support, and practice inclusion of LGBTI people. On behalf of the LGBTIQ constituency, I want to make an appeal for us to go beyond the paradigm of women participation so we can bring together all those who have historically been excluded from decision-making processes across formal and informal spaces, even within women's spaces. We need to encourage and enable a truly inclusive feminist leadership, creating space for diverse feminists to take their rightful place as leader and decision-making in national, regional, and international institutions, and reject exclusions toward lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, intersex, queer, and non-binary people. Understanding the specific needs and challenges of women will only be possible with their voices in all spaces, as this inclusion is the only way to ensure that no one is left behind. How will you and how are you working to understand and expand the practice of including the participation in the public life of LGBTI people in particular? And how are you working to ensure that those historically marginalized are not left out or left behind? Immediate and large-scale measures, often punitive by states to control the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with high stress on public services, are having disproportionate implication of LGBTI people with diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression and sex characteristics. Current COVID-19 policies do not take into consideration the widespread vulnerability, transience, and homeless among the LGBTI people. Under these circumstances, displaced where non-compliance to isolation policy are punishable. We also have less courage against arrest, homophobic and transphobic violence, or harassment. This experience of inequality and discrimination are compounded by disability, age, ethnicity, race, sex, indigenous, or minority status, socioeconomic status and or case, language, religion or beliefs, political opinion, national origin, migration or situation of displacement, marital and or maternal status, urban, rural location, health status, and property ownership. A post-pandemic world is not one where LGBTI people and organizations can revert to conducting business as usual. We see and feel the impact of this crisis on our community, on our ability to survive, and on our future sustainability. Much time will be needed to heal and recover from this devastation. More than ever, we need
Distinguished
support, strong
delegate, I
commitment,
need
and
to ask you
leadership
to
from
wrap up.
government,
Thank you.
philanthropic institution partnership, UN agency, and others to help us rebuild, recuperate, and restore our ability to work toward a world of equal access and opportunities free from violence and discrimination. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the LGBTIQ GSEP Youth Senka Group. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Indonesia. The floor is yours, the distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make these remarks with regards to the morning session. Firstly, allow me to thank the Secretariat for convening the roundtable discussions, the rapporteurs for their reporting, and all those participated in sharing the country's progress and policy initiatives and recommendations to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Papua New Guinea greatly appreciates the collaborative efforts of the UN Development System through ESCAP and various UN agencies by mobilizing resources and technical expertise to assist developing countries in accelerating our progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda. The establishment of the UN Knowledge Management Hub is a great initiative and platform to share knowledge and expertise to facilitate and strengthen regional cooperation between countries and the various UN agencies in facilitating the VNR process, as well as progressing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Papua New Guinea admits its slow progress in the implementation of several key target areas, mainly due to the challenges in gathering disaggregated data. Despite these challenges, we are committed to the 2030 Agenda by working closely with the UN resident agencies to address these challenges around data availability and improving its monitoring, accountability, and reporting mechanisms. Papua New Guinea National Strategy for Responsible Sustainable Development serves as an overarching policy framework to guide the formulation of national and subnational policy interventions and programs towards implementing the national targets that are linked to the international agreements and conventions in pursuing the global goals of the 2030 Agenda. We also admit that there are still major challenges in linking subnational, national, regional, and global policy initiatives while coordinating civil societies to gather the appropriate and necessary needs so their voices can be heard in policy interventions. To conclude, Madam Chair, we are grateful for the assistance provided by our major development partners in the region and the greater UN development system in the continuous available efforts to assist developing countries like Papua New Guinea during this very extraordinary times faced by the pandemic-induced health and economic crisis, to build that better, greener, and strive towards realizing the 2030 goals for sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Papua New Guinea. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate from Indonesia to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation. Distinguished delegate from Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Implementation of the SDGs at the national level has been challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic in every country and threatened to reverse progress on the Sustainable Development Goal. It is imperative that we take stock of our progress and the issues we need to address. so that we can make targeted measures that can boost momentum. In this context, Indonesia would like to share some point to note and also our own experiences. First, now more than ever, we need to strengthen the multi-stakeholder approach to SDGs. President Joko Widodo has mandated that the SDGs target should be achieved even in the face of increasingly difficult challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Indonesia currently is formulating SDGs National Action Plan and voluntary national reviews as a third timer. The two activities are carried out inclusively by engaging civil society, business sector, philanthropy, academia, government, and supported by the UN system. Stakeholder engagement from the outset is important to build trust, develop partnership, and accelerate action. Second, it is vital that the develop innovative means of implementation. The economic slowdown due to the pandemic has impacted domestic resource mobilization, particularly taxes. At the same time, overseas development assistance, ODA, was insufficient even before the pandemic struck. Therefore, financing innovation are urgently needed. Indonesia is currently developing an SDGs financing hub as a platform to facilitate various innovative financing schemes and initiatives. Mechanisms such as blended financing, impact investing, sustainable finance, green bond, and green suku are being sourced to fill the financing gap. We are also now exploring the issuance of SDGs bond as a new mechanism. Ultimately, however, SDGs financing will depend on the ability of our economies to promptly return to a path of growth. For Indonesia, success in maintaining preventive health protocols and realizing our vaccination target will play a key role in economic recovery. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Indonesia. Now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation, who is joining us from the hall, to be followed by the International Transport Forum.
Благодарю вас, госпожа председатель.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that for our discussion, it would be useful if we perhaps introduce some interactivity, because everything seems to be going so well, too well perhaps. We've seen so many movies already. This is why I would like to make a short remark. When it comes to a certain NGO who spoke earlier, This remark will be addressed above all to the chair of our session. I don't want to have any discussions with anybody who has already spoken or with the NGO that I mean. I just wanted to say one simple thing. For our country, family values are incredibly important. Because of that, therefore, I would like to address my remark to the chair of the session. We, of course, do understand that at the end of our forum, we are not going to adopt any discussion document or negotiable document. But at the same time, we would like to call on the chair of the forum to pay particular attention to preparing his resume or her resume, bearing in mind the various approaches of the participants. We will carefully watch the language that will be used in this resume. I just thought that right now it would be useful to say that, since tomorrow we already expect to see the chairman's resume. If it is expected not tomorrow but later, nevertheless, our message to our chair remains the same. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation. The distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation, I would like just to say that what you have raised has been well noted. Thank you. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate from the International Transport Forum to be followed by the Indigenous Peoples Major Group for Sustainable Development, IPMG. The distinguished delegate from the ITF, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although there is not one specific SDG focused on transport, despite the importance of the transport sector as a contributor to and means of sustainable development, transport has broad linkages to other sectors and can be connected to more than half of the SDGs, including SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, SDG 9, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure, SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, SDG 13, Climate Action, and SDG 14, Life Below Water through Maritime Transport. In addition, the transport sector will continue to contribute to SDG 5, Gender Equality, and SDG 10, Reduced Inequalities, through the improvement of transport accessibility and connectivity. The transport sector is a contributor to global climate change, local air, water, noise, and air pollution. Yet, at the same time, it also has the potential to trigger transformative changes through its linkages with other sectors. At the International Transport Forum, our work has been focused on 5 main priority areas, which are accessibility, connectivity, decarbonization, digitalization, and safety and security. We hope our work will continue to support the linkages among national, regional, and global dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for both ITF's member countries as well as ESCAP's member countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from IPMG. Now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished delegate from the Indigenous Peoples Major Group for Sustainable Development, IPMG, to be followed by the local authorities mayor of Dulikhel Municipality, UCLG ASPAC President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This statement is delivered on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples constituency of the APRSEM. In this decade of action, political will, walking the talk from states is needed. The commitment by states of leaving no one behind should be put into action at the national and local levels to make meaningful change to the people, especially for those left behind. While progress is reported by some states, there's still a need to ensure the full and effective participation of Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, women, youth, and farmers, among others, in national VNR processes and in the overall implementation, monitoring, and reporting of the SDGs. multi-stakeholder platforms at the country level that ensures all voices are heard and taken into account need to be institutionalized or where present, strengthened to ensure that no one is left behind. The support of UN country teams to this is essential. Digital divide needs to be seriously addressed and should not hinder states from reaching out and involving the people in the overall SDG process. Integration of inputs to the VNR report of states from CSOs and major groups should be ensured, and that reports from the civil society be included as part of the official documents of the VNR. It is important that the participation in decision-making processes in relation to COVID-19 recovery of indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, workers, farmers, women, and urban poor, among others, is in place to ensure that our particular needs and priorities are addressed. Further to this, we reiterate our previous recommendation for APFSD to 1. Ensure adequate actions on issues affecting the region that impact the achievement of the SDGs, such as cross-border issues, shrinking civil society spaces, and rising authoritarianism in the region. Second, facilitate more interactive and action-oriented discussions and exchanges in addressing systemic barriers, including unfair trade and investment relations and mechanism, authoritarian political systems, neoliberal policies that is widening inequality and destroying the environment. And lastly, ensure the implementation of a rights-based approach to sustainable development that takes into account development justice. The full and effective participation and the critical voice of the civil society and major groups in national, regional, and global SDG processes is important and must be strengthened. We are your partners in achieving the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the IPMG. Now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from the local authorities, UCLG and ASPEC.
Mayor Ashok has just boarded a flight, so I'm reading his statement on his behalf. The statement reads as follows. Namaste, greetings from Nepal. I'm Ashok Kumar Benjusreshta, Mayor of Dhulikhel, President of United Cities and Local Governments Asia Pacific, UCLG ASPAC, and also President Municipalities Association of Nepal, MUAN. Thank you for the opportunity to take the floor. I speak on behalf of the organized constituency of local authorities represented by the Asia Pacific Local Government Coordinating Body, APLG. From our discussions in the last 2 days, it is clear that the COVID-19 pandemic is a threat to our achievement of the SDGs. At the same time, recovery efforts can help accelerate progress towards the goals. Digitalization and climate action have been emphasized as means for acceleration and not as an end in themselves. In order to strengthen follow-up and review to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda, local governments call for 3 key actions. First is the effective decentralization with vertical and horizontal integration across all levels of government. This is the key to ensure cohesion of policies and its implementation to accelerate the 2030 agenda. Second is the integration and contextualization of SDGs in planning through localization. Third, and last, is to recognize and support the voluntary local review, VLR, and voluntary subnational review, VSR, as bottom-up approaches that will provide reality-grounded information to the voluntary national reviews, VNRs. We thank ESCAP and the Penang Platform for Sustainable Urbanization, PPSU, for developing the regional guidelines on VLR. APLG members, including UCLG regional offices, UCLG ASPAC, MEWA and Eurasia, C20, Metropolis, ICLEI, CityNet, and CLGF, are committed to the localization of the SDGs. Several initiatives on addressing the SDGs have been made. UCLG ASPAC, with support of the European Union, has been implementing the localization of SDGs in Indonesia and Pakistan. The 2030 agenda cannot be achieved without local governments. However, we cannot do it alone. Local governments are committed and ready to work with national governments, UN agencies, intergovernmental organizations, civil societies, and other stakeholders for a sustainable and resilient Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the local authorities. On behalf of the Mayor of Dulikal Municipality, I'd like to thank all the distinguished delegates for their statements and interventions. And we will now move to agenda item 4, other matters. I'm asking the distinguished delegates and others if any other matters need to be discussed. I see no requests. Many thanks for a very intense day. I close this session and ask the Secretary of the Forum to make housekeeping announcements.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I would like to take this opportunity again to firstly visit a high-level event, which will take place tomorrow at 10:30 Bangkok time, looking forward together to Build Back Better, which will be streamed on YouTube. We also kindly invite you to review the list of side events scheduled for later today and for early tomorrow morning. Again, the list is available on the website of the forum. And we would like to remind you that the report of the meeting will be available from 12 p.m. Bangkok time tomorrow on the website. We will reconvene tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Bangkok time. Have a nice evening. Thank you.